Hello everyone, this is Bad R Boy, and we are back playing Suzerain, the Nasserist Run of Suzerain. Now I just need a moment, finish setting up everything, and yep, I am effectively all set up. There we go. Okay. Alright. We are back playing Suzerain. Oh, collections. What's that? Ooh. Those sounds cool. Alright. Ah, okay. Okay. Now let's continue. So last time we did a whole lot last time, like a whole lot. I streamed for 5 hours, but we signed the Tourism Act. We negotiated with Gazom for better deals for their worker. We also signed the ecological law, the green bill, and beyond that, we also yeah, green axe sign and leap in the dark. Okay, are and we also banned we banned both the young swords and the red youth organizations. And we also banned. Yeah, so that's basically it. We also had a lot of governmental meetings. We discussed the foreign policy and a lot of shit. So now let's go to finalization of the draft constitutional changes. I was walking to my office since today was the day to edit and make the final changes for the proposal to change the constitution of Sorland. The reform committee finally bore tangible results, and the draft of the changes were about to be presented to me. I walked in the marble corridors of the palace, thinking about the huge decisions I was going to make. At the entrance to my office, my secretary Livia greeted me. Livia soon. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Livia. How are you today, sir? I'm about to make stressful decisions, so not feeling great. I'm perfectly fine. Good to hear. She paused before taking my coat. It looked like she had something on her mind. Mr. Rain, can you give me a hint about your reform plans? If you ask me, taking away judges' immunity is long overdue, but it might anger a lot of people in these halls. I'll take that into consideration. I hope you'll keep me informed. I'll take your coat now. Livia left to hang up my coat. I entered my office and sat down. Not long after, Peter and Luciana and excuse me, Peter and Lucian and Nia arrived. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. Time to finally get this proposal going. Peter placed the draft in front of me. After your modifications, we will be starting the process. Can we go over each of the points that are in discussion for the draft? Well, apart from the first two sections of decreasing the Supreme Court's authority and limiting the presidential vetoes, nothing else has been agreed on unanimously. We could start talking about Section 3. This is about the impeachment process of the president currently In cases of high treason and breaking the Constitution, the Supreme Court may impeach and try the president. Most reformers want the impeachments to be initiated by the Assembly. They think they do not have any power over potential rogue presidents that would abuse their power. The Assembly should have oversight over the president. This law is particularly dangerous for you in this case. We will be going against the old guard, and if you prove to be successful in the Assembly, they will be looking for anything they can declare unconstitutional to tackle you. All they need is the Supreme Court to impeach you. What if we don't succeed? The court can have the impeached can have you impeached for this. Maybe reforms are not great. We should define a better impeachment process. We should define a better impeachment process. Yes, we will be collaboratively working on the specifics. Section 4. This is regarding the appointment of ministers. Currently, the president is free to appoint anyone from the members of the assembly. Nobody else is involved with the process. There is definitely a demand to involve the assembly in the process. We could introduce a confidence vote. Yeah, because I don't think the assembly should handpick each minister. That take forever. But a confidence vote is what most democratic systems have. That was my suggestion as well. I'm sure the reformers would completely support that. The fifth section is more about our infamous electoral threshold. More reformers want to lower the threshold as much as possible. Mr. Richter and his party definitely want to see the change on the topic. They found our 10% threshold to be anti-democratic, which is something I also agree with. Yes, but this is a delicate matter. The party, and I mean not even Albin, wants us to change the threshold. They think that this would destroy our party in the long term. Not wrong. The 10% threshold is what allowed us to control half of the assembly with around one third of the majority in the elections. The high threshold is the reason why Swedish politics have become so isolated. You're right. Even after Sol's resignation, we still have three parties in the assembly. Even Mr. Kiebener's NFP was barely elected. Don't forget the Communist Party and the Workers' Party of Ludia both had close to 10% vote in the last election. You will be opening their way into the parliament in the future if you were to decrease the threshold. It is important that you realize this. Of course, that would also mean that USP might lose its majority in the assembly, sir. Don't worry, with these reforms we will even be more popular. I hope it works out, Mr. President. Now, Lucian here will never disagree with you fundamentally, but he's a snake in the grass. Lucian continued with the next section. Section 6, this is about the presidential decrees. Reformers demand more limitations to the president's executive powers. Sir Victor has demanded them to be completely removed. I suggest us to bring some limitations to decrees regarding their applicability. While we keep them, we should try to make sure that they will only be used in emergency situations. We could also make it dependent on an enabling act from the assembly. Sure, it would make the whole process longer, but as long as we have a majority, nothing really changes. We'll work with the reformers to limit the use of decrees. Friends will probably demand that we remove them completely, but he forgets that Poland is a presidential republic. Next one is Section 7, term limits. Term limits are necessary. I agree, we can't allow somebody like Sol holding on to the seat for 2 decades again. Hey, if people keep electing one person, that means they really are content. The masses are scared of change. Even Sol knew he had to leave, but we will leave it to the president to decide. I agree, people should be able to elect now. I would take my time and seriously consider the options before settling on one. Yes, he did, but it took a long time. Nasser never wanted to be president for life. So this is the option we're going with. Now I'll move on to the eighth section. We are reaching the end. It's the question about the immunity of judges. While the anti-old guard sentiment is increasing, there are talks that taking away their immunity would give us authority over judiciary. I do not support taking away their power for yourself. President judiciary must be independent and long-lasting. While I agree that the current court members are problematic, this is no way to resolve it. The law is supposed to ensure the judiciary's independence by giving legal protection so they can be pressured. Well, they need absolute immunity in theory, but look at what reality got us. You've got to deal with the most corrupt Chief Justice in the world, with no chance to deal with him. They should be able to be impeached. Why do I get to be impeached but not them? We should crush the old guards. We should respect their immunity. That might be the best thing to do for now. If we agitate the court further, we might lose our chances with Mrs. Edmonds as well. Excuse me. And the last one is the question about Saul's legacy, basically his member of honor law. It gave him absolute immunity. Even when he's retired, he is a permanent member of the assembly as well. But luckily, he doesn't really attend anymore. According to the Constitution, the member of honor not only has legal immunity, but the state also covers most of their expenses, as well as providing security at all times. It can only be given to someone by an absolute majority vote in the assembly and the approval of the president. That's why only Tarkin Saul has the title. He gave it to himself right before his military coup. This law was basically made to save the colonel, and it has a symbolic importance for Solon because of it. You must get rid of this senseless law that protects him. He should be able to face justice for the atrocities that had taken place during his rule. I agree, we should abolish this position. Yeah, it's not a good idea to keep a position of power or like a form of faction. You know, I don't know. We should abolish this position. The reformers would be completely behind that. Well, regardless of what Mr. Rain decides, we'll need to work together to push this agenda. Let's start working on the draft. After placing the committee's report and my own notes in front of me, I buried myself in the papers. Section 1. Presidential vetoes. According to Article 77 and 82, the President may veto a bill by returning it to the Assembly with a written statement. The articles do not contain any information on how to override a veto. As a consequence, the President has an absolute veto power that cannot even be overridden with a supermajority in the Grand Assembly of Solon. We will limit vetoes to third out of 5 majority can override. 3/5 majority. So like 2/3 or I don't know. Constitutional amendment process. According to Article 5 of the Constitution, an amendment that has the support of at least 150 signatures may be proposed to the Grand National Assembly. 2/3 majority vote in the Grand. Okay, remove the Supreme Court's voting right. Impeachment of the President. According to Article 17, the President of Solon is not responsible for the actions performed in the exercise of presidential duties except for the case of high treason or violation of the Constitution. In such cases, the President may be impeached by the Supreme Court in joint session, with an absolute majority of its members. Therefore, the impeachment process only includes the Supreme Court and it gives them great power over the executive. The Assembly and the Supreme Court may impeach with majority in both. The President may not be impeached. Do not change. The Assembly and the Supreme Court may impeach with majority in both. I don't like having the Supreme Court able to impeach the President. I'd rather the Assembly impeach the President, and the President he may be prosecuted in the Supreme Court. But yeah, whatever. Let's go with this. Appointment of ministers. Confidence vote is required. According to Article 50, a political party needs a minimum of 10% of the total national vote to win seats in the Grand National Assembly. The votes of the parties who pass thresholds are redistributed proportionally. Excuse me, meaning USP, which currently holds the lead, would be the main beneficiary. Increasing the threshold may allow the Workers' Party of Bloody and the Communist Party of Solon to be elected in the next election. I think decreasing to 8% is reasonable. At 3%, that'd be fucked up because you got every fucking lunatic with a few of his with a little following managing to enter the parliament. So it keeps the worst of the fringes in politics away, while gives small yet influential forces a voice in the matter. So it decreases to 8%. Presidential decrees. According to Article 18 and 51, the President is able to issue decrees on political, social, and economic issues that would carry the force of law. They could not contradict the Constitution and are subject to judicial review. Therefore, the President may issue decrees in many subjects without going through the Grand National Assembly. However, the Assembly may pass legislation on the same subjects to override presidential decrees. We may include the Assembly in the process by requiring an enabling act from the Assembly to be able to enact decrees or remove them completely, making the Assembly the sole lawmaking authority. Now, in a parliamentary democracy, the Assembly has all the powers, but Solon is a presidential republic. And honestly, having a mixed system is a more favorable approach, in my opinion. And, like, I live in a parliamentary democracy, quote unquote, but and the president is more or less a symbolic seat, but it's the parliament has a lot of issues when it comes to uh, um, I think decrees require an enabling act. Decrees require an enabling act. There's some form of checks and balances. Term limits. It reduces a limit of 2 terms. Immunity of justice. Justices may be impeached by the Assembly. Constitution gives the justices of the Supreme Court absolute immunity before the law and describes no procedure of impeachment, making them untouchable by the other branches of government. We may describe an impeachment procedure by giving the Grand National Assembly the right to propose an impeachment of a justice or the legal grounds of unconstitutional behavior. At the end of the day, no, let's not change it. Member of Honor. Article 99 of the Constitution defines the Member of Honor title and the rights their members may exercise. A Member of Honor has absolute immunity and is considered to be a permanent member of the Grand National Assembly. They are given control of their own personal security team, provided by the state's presidential guard. A member is also eligible to live in a special private residence provided by the state for free. No person who holds the title is Arkansas. Abolish the Member of Honor title. Yes. Ah, yeah. Yes. After I made the final changes for the proposal, I showed it to my team. They read the changes and discuss it amongst themselves. Lucian spoke afterwards. Looks like the amendments are ready to be proposed. But I have to say this too. The new electoral threshold will be really difficult for the party to accept. Our guys are not fond of that idea. That's true. It will be tough to get all of their support. Some of our members may try to openly fight against this. I will make sure the party follows me. We will all do our best to make it work, sir. Any other comments before we proceed? I don't think I have any problems with the changes. Me neither. Looks like we can proceed immediately. I will personally work on the wording of this proposal with my hand-picked legal experts. With Miss Morgna's reputation as the most experienced attorney, this proposal will be bulletproof. Chief Justice Orso will have a hard time convincing others to oppose it. In the meantime, you must introduce this proposal to our party. You will need to get them to back us if you want it to pass the assembly. Sir, I advise you first talk to the leaders of both conservatives and reformist wings of the party. As far as I'm aware, Mr. Clavin supports these reforms already. Mrs. Story will be the real problem. She became the real heavyweight after we left for the executive. Any advice in regards to dealing with them? As Mr. Vector said, Mr. Clavin will probably be easier to persuade. You need to unite the party under this. So his support is vital. Mrs. Gloria will be tougher to break. The problem that she's capable of turning the moderates and the conservatives against us. As much as I don't want to say this, if she makes demands to change the proposal, you may need to give in. Thanks for the advice. Wish you good luck with the party, sir. I think we can end the meeting here. We all shook hands and they left the room. Okay, so this is our current proposal. I think I might have to change something about the member of honor thing. Rain leading promised reforms. Our sources informed us that the plan is underway by the government to start drafting the reform package. Finally, we seem to have a president who pursues something significant. President Rain is already proving that he is the right man for the job. All right. Unleashing energy and analysis on EPA's potential. Recent data-driven forecast from our economic analyst indicate that repealing the EPA could unlock a new era of robust growth in Scotland. The government should contemplate a co-investment venture with Israel in Gaza. This initiative would potentially draw the attention of Framberg, building upon the recent commitments made by Tunisia. The economic implications of such a maneuver could be game-changing, underlying the need for a full evaluation of the EPA's constraints. Preparations underway for the annual Benfi Festival. It's that time of the year again. The largest cultural festival in the entire Solad, Benfi Festival, has begun its preparations. This year's venues was picked to be the newly built Benfi High Arts Center with a total capacity of 8,000 people. For those who do not have tickets can, and as always, enjoy the events that span the whole city, especially after the recent events. Can't wait for 4 days of panels, theater plays, exhibitions, and music. Okay, we Lakavin dinner with the business council members or whole sword meeting on the energy protection act. Reform committee started. Vice President Vectern reported that along with Lucian Galadi, the committee has started working on the written aspects of the package as per the needs outlined previously. They will soon get the legal team involved to complete the writing process. They needed 250 signatures, but the proposal has started to be collected within USD. Whole sword meeting on the Energy Protection Act of 1932. As the morning sun streamed through the window of the presidential office, an imminent meeting loomed on the agenda. In a quarter of an hour, I was set to discuss the Energy Protection Act of 1932 with Ministers Graf, Hall, and Duishi. The recent abrogation of the Grand National Assembly, coupled with ongoing dialogues with Gazam, had only served to amplify the discourse surrounding the legislation. I was sipping my morning coffee and enjoying a quiet moment of solitude when David arrived characteristically early. A very good morning to you, Mr. President. I trust I'm not imposing by arriving ahead of schedule. Not at all, David. On the contrary, we've now got an extra few minutes to strategize before the meeting. I'm relieved to hear that, Anton. I depart earlier from my appointments nowadays, as the stairs of the capital have become more of a challenge than I would like to admit. Well, David, it's not the stairs we're battling, but the relentless march of time. Reflecting on the years I've spent within these walls, it is a journey in itself. From the time my father first brought me here during the reign of the king, right up to the present. I often ponder what will endure of our actions and identities. Do they hold any significance in the grand scheme of things? His gaze drifted, locking onto something beyond the window. A colossal zeppelin traversed the sky above the maroon district. For a fleeting moment, it bolted out the sun before gently veering to the left, letting light flood the office once more. Ah, I still remember the first airship in Scotland. We purchased them from Kinal after the war, during the birth of what's so called the Second Republic. Our infrastructure lay in ruins, and those zeppelins offered a much needed lifeline. A chance to traverse and rebuild, and then, thanks to our research council's diligent efforts, we started manufacturing our own Engelsword. It's fascinating to think how much we depend on foreign help after the war. We've come a long way since then. Perhaps we should have invested more in rebuilding our roads and railways. At the time, the destroyed roads, bridges, and all made air travel the most suitable option. But now I'm glad that the presidency is focusing on building up our infrastructure. Our reliance on others was temporary, a stepping stone towards the self sufficiency we achieved the national autarky plan. Even though it had downsides, I still consider it a success. A pause fell over the room. David's gaze landed on the portraits of Tarkin's soul hanging in the presidential office. His eyes lingered on the stern face of the old leader, a sigh escaped his lips. Now, when I think of the EPA, my mind is carried back to the formative years of post-Civil War Holsworth. In the 1930s, the debates, the passions, the potential for transformation. It was time of renewed optimism. Okay. It is our duty now to learn from the past and drive for a better future. That apply what applied back then won't apply to now. You can see why the Energy Protection Act was so crucial at the time. We had to safeguard our energy sector from foreign interference, especially in the context of the post-war economic situation. Yes, the EPA helped ensure that the sector remained under our control, limiting the extent of ownership of foreign powers such as Rumberg and Lesbian. Despite the controversies, it was crucial to our recovery and has helped us maintain our energy independence to this day. I did not agree with all of the measures enacted by the technocratic government of that era, but some were undeniably effective. In the end, it took a collective effort to reassemble our nation's fragmented pieces. I'm sure you remember those dark days yourself. You crossed paths with Herman Ikwa at Oxford State University, didn't you? Who? Ah, he was a mentor to many. I recall our discussions about the future of the cabaret La Cavern with him and Hiron Graci. Those were formative years for me. Ikwa and Graci left an indelible mark on my outlook. I'm sure at least some of my wrinkles today were a direct result of my non-stop debates with them. David turned towards the large framed portrait of his father, Arthur Sanakowski. They basically look the same, but with a hat, backing hanging on the wall. Painted with rich, warm hues, it captured the first president of Poland in his prime. A spark of determination gleamed in his eyes, and his mouth was set in a gentle, firm smile, reflection of his belief in a better future for our country. Father's legacy still looms large, has influenced your own views. Poland wouldn't be today without your father. Yes, my father's leadership laid the foundation for the Soland we know. His policies were aimed at building a secular and democratic state where every citizen's rights are protected. He believed in a Solon that was modern and forward looking. Everything he did was aimed at fostering progress, even his controversial embrace of foreign ideologies. He looked back at the portrait with a mix of pride and sadness. In a way, Tarkin's soul did carry on my father's legacy under his leadership. We transitioned from military government to a civilian one and experienced our first multi-party elections. Over time, he drifted away from the ideals of reform and progress that my father held so dear. His visionary zeal succumbed to the more pragmatic, more conservative, and sometimes even regressive dictates of political survival. Perhaps history would have taken a different course if this dumb incident hadn't happened. Indeed, this dumb incident is a reminder of how unforeseen events can rapidly change the course of a nation. It turned us away from the path of reform, but we still worked hard to create a soul and my father had envisioned. Alfonso, for his flaws, did seek to set the nation back on a path of progress, with his focus on a free market and economic liberalization. His EPA amendments, for example, were a severe departure from Seoul's national autarky plan, but many praised the way that it opened the doors for unprecedented foreign investment in our energy economy. The NAP was a cornerstone in our post-war recovery. I wonder, could we have done more with it? Do you think the EPA still holds relevance today, or should we consider a complete overhaul? The EPA has its roots in a different era. While some of its principles may still hold, we must not shy away from revising it in light of our current needs and challenges. Just as the conversation hit a pause, the door swung open and the other ministers arrived. Simon Hall entered first with a confident stride. Good morning, Mr. President. David, I trust the discussion is progressing well. Lilias followed closely behind. She walked in with an air of calm authority, her gaze sweeping across the room. Gentlemen, I hope I'm not interrupting anything crucial. Welcome, everyone. It's great to see you all here. We have some important discussions on the agenda today, particularly concerning the Energy Protection Act. David, appreciate the urgency. Let's get right to the heart of the matter. Let's go with this. Indeed, it's a critical issue that we need to address. I look forward to hearing everyone's perspectives. Today, we have the opportunity to shape the economic strategy of Soreland for decades to come. The EPA has long stood as a key contention and debate point of the National Autarky Plan. This matter is a discussion of how Soreland sees itself and how we position ourselves in the world. Our nation has taken very different economic approaches in the last 4 decades. The President's decision to foster a planned economy provides us with significant insight into our policy direction. If they decide to increase the EPA threshold to 49% or remove it entirely, it could spark an influx of foreign investments. Given our current economic predicament, this would be a significant boost. A planned economy does not necessarily mean restricting foreign investment. It's about judicious management and control, ensuring that our nation's interests are always at the forefront. I always admired your devotion to Solon. It is clear that you are our nation's interest at heart. I respect your stance and some must disagree. Despite my current support for it, I believe a planned economy could also hurt Solon. You present a coherent argument, and yes, it's certainly an aspect you must consider. Okay, let's go with the first one because Lilias is a bitch. Not only a bitch, she's a snaky bitch. So keeping her content with a few nice words could prove useful. I appreciate your kind words, President. It's our shared dedication to Solon that drives us. Mr. President Lilias, should we return to the subject of the EPA? Our current version of the Energy Protection Act dates back to 1949. President Alfonso's amendment raised the cap on foreign investment in storage energy companies up to 20%. In my view, it was a necessary step to attract foreign investment and stimulate our economy. We must remember that Solent was facing an economic crisis during his tenure, and these changes provide a lifeline for our energy industries. Whether this change a sign of desperation rather than a strategic move, but did increased foreign ownership actually lead to substantial economic growth? I should have read the other options, but whatever. While the increase in foreign ownership alone didn't lead to a drastic upturn in economic growth, it did have a positive effect. It facilitated foreign investment and provided our industries with much needed capital. The effects of such policy changes often take time to fully manifest, but they lay the groundwork for future economic development. The Assembly has spoken on this matter, and as it stands, the Energy Protection Act of 1932 still not will not be replaced. It's clear that our colleagues have recognized the potential risk of exposing our energy sector to foreign ownership. While this doesn't end the debate, it does underline the importance of increasing our Assembly's decision, of respecting our Assembly's decision. Not respect the Assembly's decision, I already support it. A fair point, and yes, we must respect the decision of the Assembly even if it doesn't align with our own views. Has been made, but that doesn't mean we'll stop advocating for what we believe in, which is right for Scotland. I don't only respect the Assembly's decision, I wholeheartedly support it. I'm going with the Nasserist Run. This whole let's open up for for like foreign investments into our crucial sectors. While shared investments could work out for a Nasserist Run, opening up more, you know, increasing the percentage of allowed investments. This feels more like a Sadat run, like an infitah policy, rather than the Nasserist socialist policy. Not only respect the decision, I wholeheartedly support it. I respect the decision of the assembly. That yes, however, We mustn't allow this setback to deter us from exploring our options. The global landscape is ever evolving, and we must adapt accordingly. It's also important to remember that the Assembly's decision is not the final word. There is room for further legislative efforts and executive initiatives. When it comes to the Energy Protection Act, I believe we should increase our threshold for foreign investment. In fact, my preference would be to remove the threshold entirely. This would undoubtedly strengthen energy institutions such as Gazprom and Swedish Petroleum. We've seen Russia's interest in the former, and I know Lesbia has had its eyes on the latter for some time. Yes, Lesbia is going to buy up, try and buy Swedish Petroleum. That's precisely what I'm worried about. We have to remember that we're dealing with national security as well as economics. Reverting to the salt era 10% limit or keeping the laws as it is would be a safer approach. We cannot risk our energy infrastructure falling into foreign hands, especially not to Rumberg. I see merit in both your arguments. Yes, we need to protect our national security, but we also need to consider the economic implications. Perhaps a mixed approach would work best. What if we increase the limit to 49%, thereby attracting foreign investment while maintaining storage control over critical energy sectors? Considering potential foreign buyers such as Kinal, Rizia, Raka, Rumberg, and Lesbia, what are the worst case scenarios if they gain control over our hydroelectric gas and oil sectors? Think about this, person. If any one of those countries, but especially Rumberg, gains control of our energy sector, they could cut off our power at any moment. We would also be forced to comply with any decision they made regarding prices or environmental measures. There's no denying the potential risk of foreign buyers gaining control over critical sectors. If we increase the foreign ownership threshold to 49%, we can attract more investment while mitigating those risks. While we may see entities from Kinao, Rizia, Andraka, Ramburg, or Lesbia as potential threats, it's also crucial to see them as potential partners. The scenario Lilias mentioned are possible, of course, but think about the economic growth and international relations that could be fostered. If we aim to deal more closely with Lesbia, for example, I very much doubt they'll settle for a mere 49% energy investment. How will the Energy Protection Act change impact corporations like Gazprom, which could sell to any entity under the revised laws? I believe you already know the answer to this, Mr. President. Gazprom could fall under foreign control just like any other energy corporation. On the other hand, foreign investment could result in increased resources flowing to Gazprom and its ilk, and those resources could be channeled into further development of our energy sector. Yes, Gazprom could potentially sell to anyone, but wouldn't that be a show of the strength and attractiveness of our energy sector on the global stage? Yes, you mentioned national security risk. Could you elaborate further on that? The national security risks are significant. Foreign entities could use their stake in our energy sector as leverage in diplomatic or economic negotiations. National security risks are always a concern when discussing foreign ownership. That's why it's crucial to have thorough vetting and monitoring processes in place. Don't forget about the importance of economic security in a globalized world. Economic strength can be just as critical as military might. But yes, it's essential to maintain strict oversight and regulations to ensure national interests aren't compromised. How would changes to the Energy Protection Act affect energy prices within Seoul? With increased foreign investment, we could potentially see a decrease in energy prices. We should also consider the potential impact on job security and national control of our energy sector. Changing the Energy Protection Act could lead to increased energy prices as foreign entities could manipulate the market. With increased competition and foreign investment, we could also see a decrease in energy prices. The more players in the market, the more competitive the prices will be. But then again, capitalism has shown that it ends up with oligarchy. But nowadays, we're not living in a capitalist world. We're living in a slowly forming tech oligarchy dystopia. Like we're moving also past labor as an idea. Capitalism and socialism are more or less labor labor ideologies, labor concentrated ideologies. Capitalism says how you can benefit from labor to make more money, while socialism has you How can you give the laborers control over the means of production so they can use that money? But we're moving into a post-labor world with automation, and not the type you see in nostalgia games. This is not the nostalgia, or this is not the nostalgia kind of automation. This is not cybersyn. We're talking about robots replacing factory workers. We're talking about the implementation of AI into the workplace, which will kill a few jobs but create more jobs, but more tech-centered ones. But the world is moving towards more and more with automation, for better or for worse, and with that, the way we see economy and ideology will change. There's actually a guy on YouTube that made a few videos about post-labor economic theory that I am yet to watch. But it can be an interesting read or a rather interesting watch. I actually think about watching those as well as reading about that book, the moderate political ideology, whatever that book name was. There's also a book about economy 101. Economy is not my strongest suit. I'm a law student, not a business administration student. And while I have some basic understanding of how an economic cycle functions, getting more insight would be very helpful. Anyway, we can proceed. It's time to settle the subject. Given the turbulent economic landscape, maintaining the status quo of the Energy Protection Act could offer us stability. We are already open to foreign investments at that 20% threshold. Changing this percentage may introduce unexpected challenges and could complicate our foreign relations. I firmly believe in the sovereignty and strength of our nation. Returning the threshold to 10%, as it was during the Seoul era, could protect us from undue foreign influence and ensure that our energy sector remains in solid hands. While I maintain that increasing foreign investments could significantly stimulate our economy, an increase to 49% could be a balanced compromise, signaling to the world that Poland is open for business while retaining majority control of our assets. But some potential partners, particularly ATO countries, might regard even that as insufficient. We must consider the far reaching implications of our actions, especially in light of our recent dealings with Gaza. Mr. President, the decision to pursue co-investment with Russia allows us to distribute the financial burden and mitigate risk. It also promotes regional cooperation, aligning well with our fiscal policies. A joint venture with Russia is a strategic move, not a concession. It's a partnership that secures our place in the global energy landscape. Sharing investment responsibility with Russia may ease our financial load, but also means we've invited foreign influence into our energy sector and must tread carefully. Asia is our commitment to regional cooperation. It's a pragmatic move that will be beneficial for both nations. Asia might not be the best partner given our history with them, but we have to take a balanced approach with our budget and economy. Let's go with the first one. Simon meticulously adjusted the tests. With the Solent and Rizia co-investing in Gazprom, there's a chance to build a partnership that benefits both our economies. However, how we adjust the EPA could significantly impact the outcome. Sharing the burden with Rizia does provide some reassurance. However, if we raise the foreign ownership threshold, we must be wary of the influence of Frapper. A partnership with Rizia has proven beneficial as we maintain the current threshold, as might make hasty decisions that might disrupt the balance. Perhaps we should consider removing the threshold altogether. It could propel Gazprom into the global market. Where our points are valid, still yes, we can't ignore the potential economic benefits. Raising the threshold could attract more investments. Even enough we're sharing the investment with India, we should still prioritize storage control. Okay, I'm gonna go with our partnership with India has proven beneficial. I suggest we maintain the current threshold. Let's not make hasty decisions that might disrupt this balance. I'm gonna choose this not only because this is the Nasserist option to pick between the available options. It's also because I fucking paid to go invest. Okay? So hell yeah, I'm giving the threshold as it is. I specifically paid money to keep the threshold as it is. So yes. Maintaining the current threshold is a safe option, but my preference would be a 10% default imposed in the Seoul era. It will limit opportunities in the long run, but our state will persevere. because Cheshire provides a balance that allows some level of foreign investment without risking too much foreign influence. Reverting to the past would lose us too many opportunities. While maintaining the status quo provides stability, it might limit our potential for economic growth and trade relations. I mean, the motherfuckers in the capitalist world won't give a shit. We will figure our shit out with Agnolia, Wellen, and Varg's land, and we will maneuver this shit later. There's always ways to maneuver. There's always ways to find compromises within the global landscape. In politics, there is always a third option, as they say. We have to consider the long-term impact of our decisions. Foreign investment might bring immediate financial gains, but with exclusive control of our energy sector. I would say we've covered the implications of your EPA decision fairly thoroughly, Mr. President. Our actions should be guided by the best interests of our nation. Mr. President, it's time for us to make a decision. What will you do with the EPA? Let's keep the Energy Protection Act as it is. The status quo has worked so far. Stability is key in these uncertain times. It's a safe choice, though it might limit our economic growth. It may not be what Sol would have wanted, but it is a prudent decision. Door to the room opened. Livia Suno carried a tray laden with an assortment of beverages. She was a little clumsy as she maneuvered around the room, refilling cups and glasses with tea, coffee, and water. Excuse me, gentlemen and madam, I've brought refreshments. Thank you, Livia. Coffee for me, please. Appreciate it, Livia. Tea would be perfect now. Very well, Mr. President, here's your tea. As she finishes serving, this is not like what would Nasser have drank. This is me. I prefer teas. Oh my god, I was in this research center once in a meeting. We were giving a proposal, a low proposal, to this research center from our firm. And as part of the research team, my boss invited me to the meeting, and I went there. And the way they start distributing refreshments, like they start with water, like they start at one side of the table, give you a glass, and you have to pass it to the next person until everybody made the rounds. We did this for water, we did this for coffee, we did this for tea, we did this for juice. Fucking hilarious. After she finishes serving the beverage, Livia retreated towards the door. She glanced around the room one last time before quietly backing out. The meeting resumed, our conversation growing slightly louder over the clink of cups and glasses. While we are here, I will inform you all that I've been lending my expertise to Minister Benewall in relation to the working rights bill. I believe it's crucial to ensure fair treatment of our workforce, and it is needing presentation. Cooperation with Mr. Pennywell is commendable. I hope it will bring about a positive change for the workforce. Thank you, Mr. President. The bill aims to prioritize workers' well-being. It's a step towards a more humane economic system. I share your sentiments, Mr. President. However, we must be careful to avoid encouraging anti-business tendencies. I concur, Mr. President. Ensuring the rights of our workers is paramount, although we must be cautious of any hidden agendas. Anyway, I have been working on our upcoming term budget meeting and a proposal for business taxation changes. Specifically, we're considering a range of 10% tax changes for small to medium enterprises and large corporations. This could be a significant move for our economic landscape. It would indeed invigorate our economy, but we must ensure it doesn't burden our SMEs unduly. We should be careful with large changes in taxation unduly. I appreciate your insight, Mr. President. Ensuring the survival and growth of our SMEs, which is, I believe, small to medium enterprises, is at the forefront of our considerations. Tax changes could indeed have a significant impact on our economy. We must consider their implications carefully. Large private corporations have enjoyed significant benefits, and loopholes for far too long should pay their fair share. As the ministers rose from their seats, the late morning light spilled into the room through the ornate windows. It seems to signal the conclusion of our meeting. Our work is our legacy. Let's make sure it's one that Solent can be proud of. Thank you for the discussion. I'll continue working on our priorities. Goodbye, everyone. See you at the term budget meeting. Till next time, dear colleagues, take care and see you soon. Alright, there is a bunch of shit to read. Let's start with the news. EPA status quo, a wise decision. A decision by President Anton Rain. Okay, alright. A smart move. By keeping the energy, the government has demonstrated its commitment to Swedish energy independence. This decision ensures that our energy sector remains predominantly under domestic control, as intended by the Act's original architects. Supporters argue this is a prudent move, shooting our energy sector. Okay, whatever. Let's read. Oh, what's this? PFG mayor widespread protests. Valgan farmers seek support. In Valgan, local farmers are seeking support as the city's agricultural industry is falling behind. Farmers point out that lack of access to modern farming equipment and insufficient infrastructure are major hurdles. They believe that targeted support and investment could rejuvenate the agricultural sector and contribute to the region's economy. In Boren, Manger's Gruni region tour. Minister of Rural Development Gus Manger is touring the Gruni region in Boren as part of his research for a new rural development plan. The tour includes several site visits and meetings with local officials and communities. This initiative indicates a proactive approach to rural development with a specific focus on understanding ground realities. The outcomes of this tour will contribute to the vision of the new development plan. Morbel. Untapped coal reserves. The Nedam Mining Corporation has discovered new untapped coal reserves in Mobil. The corporation says that investment in lowering could significantly improve output, opening opportunities for economic growth in the region. The corporation is in the process of assessing the feasibility and potential of these reserves. Sarna. Suspicious goldontist sects. Sana is exhibiting strong potential for agricultural growth. The demand for neighboring Lesbia is increasing, suggesting an opportunity for expansion in the region's agricultural sector. Local farmers are optimistic about the future, but they also highlight the need for strategic investment and support to capitalize on this potential. Discovery of new Islam remains. Remains of former Black Battalion members have been discovered near the site of the Islam incident. The deceased have been identified as soldiers of our forces, officers who were pardoned by President Sol's government and were deployed in border security at the time. Investigations are ongoing to determine the cause and circumstances of their deaths. The discovery has reignited interest in the Black Battalion's history, and authorities are urging anyone with information related to the case to come forward. Lack of them. Okay, so we'd like towards 50% construction. Let's go to the dinner with the business council members. We were in Lakaven to work with the business council to assess weaknesses in the economy. Simon organized a dinner with the affluent economic figureheads of Sorland. When we arrived, the streets were bustling with activity, even though the atmosphere in the country was tense. Lakaveners didn't seem very worried. Together with Walter Tusk, Edith Agnock, Michael Evan, and Simon Hall, we entered the renowned Asteria restaurant by the coast. A short blond man whose embroidered pocket read manager greeted us and waved his arms in excitement as he told us how pleased he was to have us in his establishment. Beaming with pride, he led us to a private room and got us seated at a large table, covered for the occasion with maroon tablecloth. Give me a second, I need to do something. Fan was bothering me. We were quickly served by a group of servers. Walter spoke as they started taking our orders. I recommend the Lakavan salmon, President. You have a taste. You have to taste this local delicacy here, the best in Sorland. I mean, we can go with how Nasser went, and let's order traditional Swedish beans too. That's a Nasser move. We ordered traditional Swedish beans too for the main course. The servers took their notes and asked about the second dish. I will order rice. The servers placed glasses in front of each of us and served bread and water. After they were done taking orders, they quickly left us alone in the private room. Mr. President, I didn't have the possibility to thank you for coming today. Your presence means a great deal. She's the chairman of the central bank and Avon, NBC, National Business Council. So, indeed, sir, it is an honor to dine with you. It's great to be here with the members of the Business Council. We should thank Simon for organizing this meeting. No need for that. I hope everybody enjoys the evening. Simon gestured at the expensive looking red wine bottle that one of the servers had just brought to the table. Mr. President, I'll say, uh, I'll say no thank you, we're not gonna drink. Are you serious, Mr. Raid? Are you going to pass on a Chateau de Falanco 1934? Thank you, but I'm not going to drink this evening. I have to insist. Can't drink now when the country is suffering. Sad times indeed. There was a brief silence at the table before Simon cut in. Let's not get ourselves down, gentlemen. After everybody was served their preferred drink, Simon stood up with his glasses raised. I'd like to raise a toast to all of you here today. We're meeting here tonight in difficult times, but I believe that, with hard work, cooperation, and trust, we will get through this period as well. I'd like to thank Mr. Rain again for his decisiveness when it comes to economic policies. I'm sure we will stop this recession. Also, thank Mr. Tusk. I also thank Mr. Tusk for being here with us today. His presence is an honor. And of course, my colleagues from the Business Council, Mrs. Anyok, or Ragnok, and Mr. Aven, or Raven. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Considering the future cooperation and growth. For a prosperous Sorland. Everybody raised their glasses and toasted each other. After a couple of more minutes, the servers arrived with our meals. The food tasted amazing. Walter was right. This place must have been the best place in all of Blackhaven. So, how did you find the food of the best fine dining restaurant in Blackhaven, Mr. President? Not a big fan of fancy food, but I must admit that it's very tasty. Says the man visiting one of the finest restaurants in Sorland. Don't blame it on him. Mr. President didn't choose the place. How are things going at the Maroon Palace? The pressure must be increasing after you attended that funeral. Pressure was always high. Not much has changed. Did, but it was the right decision. Of course, I didn't mean to criticize your decision. As we conversed with Michael, I'm gonna call him Michael, I heard Walter raise his voice in an apparent argument with Edith and Simon. We both stopped to listen. Arcasia knows the right way of doing business. Her approach to the world is real and raw. I prefer that cutthroat approach in comparison to the niceties. Well, I mean, it's a nice country to visit too. I've traveled there often in business trips. Their attitude on all countries are nice to visit if you have the cash. Money does turn the world around. Travel is the least you can buy with it. Here, here. So you're saying money is power. I'm not the person to be motivated or influenced by money. I'm not a person to be motivated or influenced by money. Why would you, President? Or why wouldn't you? He smirked. You work day and night for the nation. Surely you deserve a higher salary. Can't disagree, the President deserves a better wage. Walter is taking us down the rabbit hole again. By the way, I saw that the construction of the highway has already started. I have my concerns about the company, but I hope they do a good job. I expect that the project will bring new investments from Agnolia. The mood is already becoming positive. I have to congratulate Mr. Rain for starting such a massive project. Thank you for your support, Mr. Evan. Of course. Mr. Hall also deserves credit, of course, our great economy minister. Is there a joke coming? Why? I thought you said you were great at economy. He laughed. I've talked that you've. I've heard that you bought a new villa, Simon. I don't comment on rumors, but I'll make an exception since we are among friends. It's true. New villa is a bit much, especially in this economy when people are suffering. So what? My car collection is nearing the 40 mark. They are all old-timer models. I always advocate against ostentatious behavior. Money shouldn't be wasted for luxury. Don't expect the rich to become modest in the near future. That would be a pipe dream. Some people are more sensible. I believe balance is possible. The gap between the rich and the poor is the root cause of this. Some of us are more sensible than others. Balance is possible. Edith, who was sitting to my left, gently put her hand over my arm for a few seconds. Come on, let's not talk about finance or politics. For now, we came here to relax. She turned to Walter and Simon. Isn't that right, gentlemen? They nodded at her and took a sip of their drinks. She slightly leaned towards me. So, Mr. Rain, why don't you tell us what's behind that strong character of yours? I've heard that you were brought up in the capital and experienced all the powerful shift as it happened. Is that right? It must have been tough. I tried to leave my past behind. It was a difficult times in the capital, but I've learned a lot about politics. It all makes sense now. I never met your family, Mr. President. How are they doing? If you don't mind me asking. We don't talk much since I became president. It can happen. Sometimes work can get in the way. Don't stress yourself over it. Family is everything. My advice would be to make sure that Frank has a solid relationship with you. He is your future, after all. I'm trying my best to be a good father to him. He used to be somewhat introverted. I'm trying my best to be a good father to him. He seems to be somewhat introverted. Wish that was my son's biggest problem. Darren seemed to be doing fine. I saw that his yacht party in Benfey made the local news. Well, the rascal didn't even ask for permission to use the yacht and just took it. He basically stole it. Good news is that I finally convinced him to go to university. He will study economics in Lakavan Business School. That's a good choice. Having a degree in Solon separates you from the rabble. And we especially need more people who understand economics. Maybe your son would be a great future economist. I wouldn't count on that. But I agree that we need more economists to enter politics. It's unfortunate that Alfonso was the only leader who actually studied economics. He turned to me. He turned to me. Not that I mean anything against you, Mr. Rain. Look at what he caused. Studying doesn't get you to the finish line. True, but I think it was his ambition that brought him down. So many big changes in a short time frame. A correction, it wasn't his policies that destroyed him, it was the old guard. What do you mean? He threatened their economic power base over the country through a vast privatization plan. They removed him and backed you after. Walter, stop with the conspiracy theories. I think we've had enough drinks. Everyone went quiet. After a long silence, followed by some chit chat, Walter ordered a bottle of whiskey. That's one good looking bottle. The waitress brought one of the finest Arcasian whiskies. It was time for a toast. Simon, would you give a toast again? Sure. Simon stood up. He seemed to have a slight issue with his balance. May the wheels of fortune always turn in our favor. The future of abundance awaits us. Cheers to that. I think it's time we call it a night. Edith stood up. Most of us were all a little tipsy at this point. Wait, not all of us. I did not drink. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for joining us, and you, Simon, for putting all this together. Thank you all for being here. It was great. Thank you. Thanks for being here. After bidding our farewells, we slowly walked out of the restaurant. The moon was shining bright as everyone except Walter left in their luxury cars. President, a moment alone, please. He called me inside with the small VIP lounge. Follow him. Usually, the Notherberg spokesman doesn't directly comment on the administration, but I'd like to say a few things since this was a special evening. I'm all ears. Finally, a president that listens to the people. It won't be easy to pass the new constitution through the Assembly and the Supreme Court. We could help you get it through if you in return help us with a few economic requests. Walter lit his cigar and took a few drags before continuing. Many in the group are disappointed in the economic direction that you took by promoting an inefficient planned economy. We are centrally interested in maintaining a good relationship with Lotherberg. In that case, we can move towards a better future together. He looked me in the eyes. We had a deal about the first mega infrastructure project. You broke that promise and didn't upward the contract to underhaul construction. This action led to a huge disappointment in the group. They should have cut the music in this moment. What can be done to amend the situation? If the administration were to pass a private corporation tax cut and privatize both healthcare and education, it would do wonders in the attitude of Lotherberg towards this administration. Privatization can lead to many good things, President Rain. There's certainly an opportunity to raise further money inside the welfare branches. From our end, the previous mishap would be cleared and confidence in the new administration from the business community would be restored. I would want a financial contribution from you. I will make tax and privatization decisions objectively. Can't promise you anything. Oh, let's not be hasty. The recession will end if Rothenberg is on your side, President. Why can't we all just be friends? Maybe we can. I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Glad to hear this. The group wants a private corporation tax cut and privatization in healthcare and education. That is too much of an ask. On third thought, I have to reject. I can't string him along. That's a shame. I did offer you a peace branch. There was an awkward silence. Either way, President, we are here and always ready to work with you if you change your mind. Don't forget that. I'll think about it, but not now. Walter left and Serge came to pick me up. Enter the car. Enter the car and we drove to our residence in Lakavan. Serge took the seaside route. Rebel. School poisoning connected to bloodish woman. Vilma Asir, who was working at the school kitchen, was apprehended with connections to last week's school cafeteria poisoning in Rebel. The act was found to be politically motivated as the perpetrators are connected to the band BFP. Asir is suspected to have been an active member of the BFF since the start of this year. She has been sentenced to 60 years in prison. Car bomb attack in Armory. A car parked in Agno Sordish dominated neighborhood in the outskirts of Armory has exploded. Armory police reported that there were no casualties or injuries. The initial investigation found that the car was rigged with a timed bomb. No perpetrators have been found connected to the incident so far. Further investigations are ongoing, and details have not shared been has not been shared with the public. Sometimes it's so awkward the wording of these things. Bill on the rights of workers being drafted. The Grand National Assembly of Solon will vote on a bill Thursday, and which one USP representative has dismissed as the worst bill in the Assembly. The Workers' Protection Act sought support from both the NFP and the PFG, as well as Labour leaders. The bill was a result of bipartisan effort from the leading figures of the PFGP, as well as the Ministry of Health, led by Pascal Benewall. It was proposed to the Assembly by the respective Alban Calvin from the USP. Representative, okay. The Workers' Protection Act amends the Labor Act by establishing a minimum wage of 2.5 SR per hour and adding guidelines on overtime works as well as safety and protection guidelines. It also extends the rights of the workers to all migrants, acknowledging their rights as workers in Sorland. The bill also makes it illegal for corporations to force workers to do unpaid overtime work. Companies who fail to abide by the rules established with the bill would be heavily fined by the government and may be forced to face legal action. Some estimates suggest costs for those firms would increase by 50% if they have to treat workers according to the proposed laws. Despite the bill coming from the governing USP, it faces a huge opposition inside the party. However, with support from the reformers and the nationalists, the bill has a high chance of passing the assembly. President meets with business council. Our sources have reported that yesterday President Rain had a meeting with the business council behind closed doors in Lakavan, which later continued with a dinner in a five-star Esteria restaurant with leading figures from the council. The agenda of the meeting was not disclosed, and the contents of the meeting remain a secret, but it can be expected that the President Rain had discussed the future economic plans of his administration, as well as listening to the concerns of the leading industry figures. The outcome of the meeting will hopefully arrive quickly with positive developments and more transparency compared to today. Morbel mine disaster, 112 dead. Disaster hit Morbel last night when one of the main support shafts in the Morbel coal mine, okay, 112 dead, many other miners trapped inside. Neglect of the Neda mining group, okay, coincidentally, the workers' rights bill that was being drafted in the assembly the past few months comes too late. The eyes of Solon are now turned to President Rain to see his decision on the bill. Lakavin League of Women March. Tons of women organized by the Swordish League of Women marched and called for gender inequality in the country. The group held signs highlighted the issues of domestic violence, the wage gap, maternity leave, and the sexist attitude of the education system. Police forces quickly created a security cordon to protect the march after a large group of religious counter-protests arrived. The calls for equality were drowned by the loud group of conservatives. The protests were a clear reflection of the division that surrounds the country. It also raises questions if the First Lady Monica Rain's agenda to raise awareness and trigger change of the issue would bear fruit. Okay, I'm gonna be checking on something. Okay, moving on. Also, budget allocation with the government of Solent, White Room, Maroon Palace, fucking finally. The preparations for the government budget were finished. Most of the cabinet gathered in the White Room for the important occasion. Nearly half a year had passed since my inauguration. The cabinet looked overworked. I would like to use this opportunity for a statement. course, sir. Each and every one of you is very capable, but it is what we do as a team that counts. The ministers weren't as motivated by my statement as I had hoped. Thank you, sir. Moving on. Sadly, okay, that was not a Nasser move. Sadly, Peter left because Nasser was charismatic and motivational. Sadly, Peter, Gus, and David won't be attending this meeting. They're working on the upcoming trade agreements with Wellen and Agnolia. May the Lord be with them. Ciara gave a barely disguised eye roll. Before we begin, is nobody going to mention the ban on the Red Youth and the Young Swords? However much their political aims might differ from our administration's, purely you must agree that freedom of expression must be protected at all costs. Miss Morgan is right. Nia flashed her an appreciative smile. I myself aligned far closer to the Red Youth's politics than the Young Swords, but I believe that both. She broke off as she noticed that Lucian, Simon, and Iosif were looking at her and Nia in stony silence. Ladies, let's leave the extraneous chit chat for afternoon tea. That's sexist. Ciara shot a pleading look at Lilias, who merely pursed her lips disapprovingly. Ban is fine, no question. If you have any problems with the ban, call a separate meeting with me. Simon started loudly shuffling some documents around. All eyes turned to the Minister of Economy. The ban was to stop the violence, and since the violence then stopped, I can reconsider removing the ban. At the end of the day, Nasser did want a multi-party system in Egypt, or even a two-party system in Egypt, a nationalist and a socialist party. That's what some say. But I do believe he aimed at giving people democracy. I don't know. Simon started. Okay, let's begin, Mr. Hall. Thanks for some expertise. I'm sure we will achieve lots of great things today. Thank you for the compliment. Today is a big day. We must prioritize our spending wisely in order to achieve the goals we set as a government, while maintaining enough political support. If I may add, promises were made during the election. There are three options regarding the budgeting of the four main branches of the government. It's either we increase, maintain, or decrease the funding. Increase will result in an improvement of the branch, which will unlock new policy options. Maintaining will keep the funding, resulting in no visible change. Decreasing causes a loss of efficiency in that branch. The problem isn't the amount of money spent, it's how efficiently we spend it. It's true that many of our policies could be far better implemented. Our welfare systems are full of issues that need to be addressed, for instance. We have to be careful as to what we fund, as we have resources remaining for another investment project. We have to keep true to the election promises. As much as we realistically can. If we fail at improving our economy, the promises don't mean much in the big picture. Before we begin our discussion, there is one more thing that I want to voice my opinion on. As we manage the government budget, we can go into debt to invest in different branches. However, under these circumstances, it would worsen the economic crisis if we pushed it too far. It's difficult for us to raise debt with the current unhealthy economy, but we can increase the amount of debt we can take as the economy improves. We should spend as much as possible to achieve growth. A stimulating strategy could have positive political effects with increased support. Given the current state of the country, improving economic situation is a political priority right now, more so than ever if you want to win the 58th election. This budget would also be applicable to our entire term. It is very critical that we plan correctly. Let's begin then. Which branch should we discuss first? Let's talk about healthcare. Our healthcare system is vast and provides free services to most of our citizens. However, the quality of our health services is far worse in low income and rural areas. Therefore, I think we should receive more funding to address this disparity. I agree. I have recently begun an investigation into healthcare in Narble. The numbers are not good. If we don't increase spending on health services, we at least need to maintain it, otherwise, we are putting lives at risk. We have just started a new analysis on what could happen if a pandemic struck Soreland. According to the results, if our healthcare facilities remain in their current state, the death toll would be unimaginable. We're not even talking about the damage to the economy. This is a matter of life and death, Mr. President, and it should be treated as such. And that is indeed worrying. We should try to fix whatever we can as the government. Let's discuss law enforcement. I would like to have an increase in the funding of law enforcement to increase the size of the police force and raise salaries. We have so many internal threats to tackle, and I'm already stretching my units far too thin with the limited resources allocated to me. Nia cleared her throat. Law enforcement is certainly a high priority. However, I feel tackling internal corruption is of far higher importance than increasing our police presence. Directing the funds to my department would solve the problem at its root. If corruption is still rampant, all the police in the world won't help us. We need a specialized anti corruption police unit, which we could create if the funds were directed to me. I agree with Miss Morgana. I'm just gonna call her Morgan. It's easier. We should not reward a structure that is responsible for an ever increasing number of human rights violations. Additionally, corruption is the reason of our government inefficiencies. It needs to be tackled. The police are there to serve and protect the people of Seoul and Miss Walda, and that is exactly what we were doing. More funding will allow us to take care of our police forces. It is quite a simple choice given the current status of the country. I agree with Nia. We need real solutions for real problems like corruption. It's time to hear the opinions on the military. What is there to hear about? I already voiced my opinions. Ramberg is coming whether we like it or not. If not this year, next year. If not next year, the year after that. Mr. President, you and I have a shared responsibility to protect this nation from its enemies, and I intend to do so until my last breath. I will say this with certainty. If Fromberg doesn't make a move against Holland in 2 or 3 years, my name is not Josef Lancia. Josef was beginning to lose control of the volume of his voice. There can be no argument against increasing the budget for our army when there is an enemy on our doorstep waiting for us to make one wrong move. Anyone who thinks otherwise is a fool. Mr. Lancia. Right, pardon my theatrics, sir, but this is a serious matter. The future of our country is up to you, Mr. President. Well, here's an argument. The armed forces does nothing but eat away financial resources destined for our people while stocking fears for an upcoming war. The issues with Rumber can be solved diplomatically. What kind of message are we sending to them and the whole world if we suddenly start ramping up our military budget? That we are ready to defend our nation, Miss Walda. Exactly. I agree with Ciara. We need to be as diplomatic as possible. What about education? By the way, yes. So Egypt spent so much money on its army after the Six-Day War, so it can recuperate, and that came on a drawback that there was no development in the country. And Nasser knew that, and Nasser hated that, but it was a necessary measure. What about education? Our education system is lacking not only in funding but also in modern curricular principles. Our outdated curriculum is wasting our youth. But yeah, Nasser would emphasize building up the nation over having a big ass army. Like Egypt still had a powerful army, which Swordland does have a powerful army continentally compared to their neighbors. And while Rumberg is a military beast with nuclear weapons being produced behind the scenes, we are not at war yet. And we can solve things diplomatically and avoid falling into traps laid by the enemy. And that is the reason why I advocate two things. Now I'm back to reading. If people are listening and not watching, I'm back to reading. I'm not ranting anymore. That is the reason why I advocate two things: an increase of the budget to improve access to education in rural areas and a new education reform. And I hope I don't feel sick in a bit. I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. To be honest, Solent is lacking compared to Arcasia and United Montana when it comes to education levels. The backbone of our country is its people, and we need to protect their future. We need to ensure the new generation is as well educated as their counterparts in more modern countries. Nonsense! Solent is still here because of this very system that you insult. How can you insult a system that teaches our sons and daughters the principles of national identity and pride? It won't be compared to other countries. Solent is Solent. I agree with Lilia. Solent is Solent. I must also remind you that we promised that we were going to focus on education during our campaign. I agree with Shiara. It is high time we invest in education and enact reforms. I have made up my mind about the budget. We can proceed. Very good talking points from everyone. Well then, the time to make a decision on the budget has come. Consider it with care, Mr. President. Someone placed a stack of papers on my table. I turned the first page. Healthcare. Increase. Law and order. Increase. Education. Increase. Military. Maintain. I hope this will not fuck me over to in the end. I had finished allocating the government budget to the satisfaction of some cabinet members and the dismay of others. They and I knew this would define a significant part of our term. We have a deficit on our hands. We will need to resort to debt to finance future investments. This situation can have adverse effects if we don't strike a balance. Agreed. Well then, let's start with law enforcement. Nia and Lilias were both smiling. Thank you for this decision, Mr. President. I knew you would see reason on this considering our internal security threats are at an all-time high. I still disagree with Miss Graff, on how the money ought to be spent, but the increased funding is certainly a step in the right direction. Any statements on the matter, sir? I trust you to push the Ministry of Interior to justice forward. Law enforcement is a key branch that needs a greater budget due to the increased threats and a need for security. I trust you to push the Ministry of Interior and Justice forward. We will be able to achieve positive results in the coming year, I can assure you. We will tackle corruption and the backlog of cases head on. Let's hear the Minister of Education. Ciara was eager to comment. The increase of funding is very welcome. We can finally go after some comprehensive improvements by building new schools and improving the education system. Surely a well-funded and larger Ministry of Education would benefit everyone. Our future depends on our children's education, and this is the first step in the fight against ignorance. Education is our future, and it will not be sidelined. Our focus on it is clear. Thank you. It is great to see a positive change in the attitude of the administration for the first time in a decade. The military is next. Oh boy. Okay, I don't know if my voice is bad or not. Let me check. Test, test. Okay, it should be better now. The military is next. Sarah clearly wasn't finished, but didn't interject. Joseph chimed in. All right, just checking the voice. Okay, Joseph chimed in. It is a shame that the military won't be getting an increase. I will have to make sacrifices to maintain our defense. Lucian seemed as if he was about to say something, but looked down as this notepad when Joseph eyed him. With your talent and expertise, you will overcome the issues our military faces. It will be hard to do so, but I shall find ways. It is my duty. Joseph leaned back in his chair. Let's hear from Mr. Bennywall. Thank you, sir. This health budget increase will help me to focus on improvements. Our people will now be safer than ever. I am also planning to tackle issues like the lack of rural hospitals and the recently worrying numbers of maternal deaths. Welfare must remain a priority for our term. There is no other way around it. Healthcare is very important for us, and and as we move forward, will improve. It will improve drastically. It feels invigorating to have of the weight of the government behind my cause. That covers all branches. Each minister will approach you with their respective policy requests and expectations over the next year. Thank you for your time and participation in this significant moment. The meeting is concluded. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time and effort. Regardless of what happened, I wouldn't be here without you. Don't forget that we are a team. For those who didn't like the decisions, don't take it personally. Let's go with the first one. Thank you, everyone. The ministers bid their farewells, some excitedly, others dejectedly. The cabinet slowly dispersed out of the White Room. The budget for our term was concluded. Okay, we put a lot of money into this. In the report, Dushin Galadi reported that so far they have been able to get in total 87 signatures behind the proposal. Efforts are underway to increase the support and to reach out to necessary members. This is about the constitutional reform. Economy situation. We have a consistent economy. This is good. Welfare situation. Relieved welfare system. Okay, we're going to be working on that. 1945, 54 Swedish government budget. After a marathon 18 hours of negotiations, the Swedish government budget for the current term has been finalized. The government envisages government sees spending. The government will spend around 40 billion SR next year, almost 29 billion more than this year. The United 54 budget sees the first measures for more internal security being introduced, but the details of the allocation of the increased security funding is not yet clear. It is expected that the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Justice will both benefit from the increase. Minister of the Interior, Mrs. Graf, has expressed her gratitude for the increase in the law enforcement budget, saying that this increase will help us bring and maintain the peace that we've all been waiting for. Additionally, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health, though the smaller ministries in Sorland, will see their budget grow more than expected, which will especially improve the quality of the accessibility of welfare services around the nation. Mrs. Walda and Mr. Beniwal have expressed their gratitude for the increase in welfare budget, saying that this increase will help everybody in Sorland. So wait, is she a Miss or a Mrs.? There's a lot of issues here. I do need a new chair, man. I do need a new chair. This one is falling apart as we speak. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 2, A New Solent. Okay, so Google lied to me because Google told me this game will finish in 12 hours. Okay, not an issue. It means if we do not finish them between today and tomorrow, next week, we'll be finishing this run. Okay, first of all, let's start with the news. An unusual encounter, former President Seoul's open hospitality. An unexpected encounter, local fishers were invited for tea by none other than former President Park and Seoul himself. The seemingly ordinary exchange revealed a side of Seoul seldom seen in public life. His humble and warm hospitality, even after his tenure, shines a light on the strong community spirit within Duro Island. The incident underscores how Seoul remains a figure of interest in the public eye, influencing society and and beyond the confines of politics. Okay. Black Aventines. 54-55 season ends. FC Gulso claims the league title again. Yeah, I don't care much for that. Let's read the geopolitical. This is important. United Contana's Congress addresses State of the Union and revolutionary expansion. EO United Contana recently hosted a massive congress bringing together representatives from all states to address the State of the Union and discuss a significant political decision concerning the concept of permanent revolution. Motherfuckers are led by Trotsky. Permanent revolution. The congress held in the Federation's capital featured the unique traditions and customs of various states, including Contania, Kyo, Kaidu, Zoltak, Ozad, Yurzistan, Slovaria, Shimalten, fuck is this? Chimaltenango, and Quinolta. Participants expressed pride in their heritage by demonstrating a strong sense of unity under the governance of the Communist Party led by Chairman Leon Maleniev Shavatangakwonwa. What the fuck? During the Congress, Chairman Maleniev proposed the Revolutionary Destiny Doctrine, a policy aimed at promoting the idea of permanent revolution and supporting social revolutions in nearby states with early stage capitalism. Senators from each state participated in a vote to determine the future course of the nation, ultimately passing the doctrine and signaling a new era of international involvement for United Contana. Motherfuckers are led by Trotskyists. Yeah, I'm not gonna be dealing with these guys. Arcadia fires. That's more Gaddafi coded than Nasser coded. Nasser actually read a lot of Leon Trotsky as a young man. So there's that. Arcadia fires the M4 ICBM. Dwight Walker has announced the first successful Arcadian intercontinental ballistic missile test, which was conducted at a military test site in the Nuam Atoll in the middle of the Oceania. The fired missile, codenamed Missile 4, flew several thousands of kilometers towards the direction of United Contana before crashing down at sea close to abandoned radioactive Rostov Island. The missile test indicates that Arcadia wants to send a message to United Contana about island bases in the middle of the Oceania while displaying that the Arcadian military technology has advanced. Will Arcadia be able to catch up to United Contana in face of the growing contentious situation between the superpowers? Prime Minister Alvarez of Lesbia visits pals, offers supports amid tensions with Rizia. In a show of solidarity, Prime Minister Alvarez of Lesbia visited the Grand Duchy of Pals and its leader, Axel Reinhardt. Damn, he looks like Michael the First of Romania somewhat. To affirm Lesbia's support in the face of mounting pressure from Rizia over the disputed gas fields. As part of the ATO alliance, Lesbia has offered assistance to Pals in resolving the ongoing gas field disputes and maintaining regional stability. During his visit, Prime Minister Alvarez proposed several measures to address the situation, including joint exploration and development of the disputed gas fields, establishing a neutral arbitration panel, and promoting economic cooperation among Mercopan nations. To reduce reliance on the contested resources, he also pledged Lesbia's commitment to defending PAL's sovereignty and territorial integrity if the dispute were to escalate. The visit has sent a strong message to Rizia, warning them against further aggressive reactions and encouraging a diplomatic resolution to the dispute. However, it remains to be seen whether Rizia will accept these proposals and engage in dialogue with Pales and Lesbia to reach a peaceful settlement. Vlaxlandian Navy forces Agnolian drill ship to retreat from Heliland. Halem Volksland. Navy Chief Admiral Kurt Hexer on Tuesday said an Agnolian drilling ship was driven away from Volksland's exclusive economic zone, the Nermenlander Sea, recently asserting that such activities would be dealt with swiftly and sternly. The ship entered the area without the Volkslandian Navy prior permission, they said. The illegal occupation of Highland does not give Agnolia the right to claim the seas. Our stance has been that if you do anything in our region, you have to notify us or take our permission, the Navy chief said at a press conference without elaborating further on the incident. Since 1950, there has been a permanent presence of the Volkswagen Navy in the Marquian Sea region, mostly in the form of an anti-piracy force. Experts are concerned about Agnolia's increasing forays around Heliland, which they believe may trigger a heavy response from Foxland. Oh, hey there, Critical. Yeah, so basically, we kept the threshold of people of foreign countries investing in uh, our local gas companies at 20%. We told the business cartel to fuck off. We allocated money to the budget, increasing education, law enforcement, uh, uh, welfare, and maintaining the army uh, the army budget. And we also put our final touches on the constitutional draft. The election threshold will go down to 8%. uh, the Supreme Court will keep immunity. The member of honor that Tarkin Soul has will be removed. uh, Term limits are now 2 terms. Presidential decrees will be passed after being enabled by the Grand Assembly. Ministers will be appointed by the president, but the government will have a confidence vote. The president can be impeached by the Assembly and the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court won't be able to make constitutional amendments as well. Won't be able to vote on constitutional amendments, as well as the vetoes of the president can be overturned by a three-fifth majority. Massive network of FF3 is discovered. Bergen Special Zone Security has reported the discovery of a large-scale religious network of the BFF that encompasses all cities in Bergia. Under the guise of a state-sanctioned priesthood, the BFF has recruited hundreds and possibly thousands of Golgondist worshippers to join the militant group and converted hundreds of nudity worshippers to the sect of Golgondism. A dozen arrests were made, but since most police officers don't speak Bloodish, it will be difficult to find the actual ringleader priests of the network. Many requests were made to ban Bloodish as a language from sanctuaries. Governor Braun also requested Golgondism to be banned as a religion. Narble. Education in rural regions require improvement. Sierra Walda reports that the current education institutions in rural regions of Soland have been largely neglected. Hello, Nestor, how are you? Have been largely neglected. As part of her analysis, the literacy rate in Soland currently stands at 80%, but rural regions like Narble has a literacy rate of only 64%. The lack of schools per capita also reflects these results. Media equipment outdated. The General Staff has performed analysis on our borders to assess our military defense capabilities against a potential Ramburg attack. The results show that our military equipment is outdated and needs replacement as soon as possible. The continuation of the worrying report shows that in the event of an attack, our border would be broken through easily, leaving the primary regions of Sorland exposed. Central Bank raises strong budget deficit warning. Central Bank of Sorland issued a damning warning regarding the extensive government budget deficit that has occurred in the first year of the administration. The potential consequences of irresponsible economic management were highlighted. Edith Agnock relayed that a large deficit could have dire consequences on the strength of the currency and could hamper the potential of the still to recover economy. Yeah, we're in like 108 upon minus 8 uh, Banfi Regional Airport overcrowded. We have been receiving reports about the capacity of Banfi Regional Airport. The mayor of Banfi is preparing to put a request forward for an investment to build an international airport in the city for a touristic region like Banfi. Claims that it would increase the overall prosperity of Sorland. True. Magnolia offshore drilling near Helgi increased tensions. Magnolia has started a new oil drilling operation very close to the disputed territory of Helgoland. Tensions increased when the situation turned into a standoff between Valstadian and Angolian warships. It took several hours for the gridlock to be resolved, and the situation was de-escalated for now. Republic of Morella. Unidentified objects spotted close to Kinali border. Security agencies in Morella have reported sighting an unidentified object close to the Kinali border. The object was flying at high altitude and at very high speeds. Currently, there is no clarity on what the object could be or if potential implications. Some intelligence officers indicate that the sighting could be a potential CSP low orbit satellite. The Morelan authorities are working with their Kinali counterparts to investigate the matter further. And now we are. Oh, the Workers' Rights Act. Before signing this, I need to check on something. I'm just dealing with a couple of things. Give me a moment. Okay, I have a few messages to respond to. All right, let's continue. Workers' Rights Act. Section 1 of this bill sets the groundwork for fair compensation by establishing a minimum wage. This serves as a benchmark for fair and equitable pay, ensuring that no worker in Solent is compensated below this rate. Section 2 addresses the issues of excessive labor, setting a maximum limit of 60 hours of work per week. Holy shit, we don't. What the. Is this 60 hours of work per week is a progressive thing? What the fuck? And the worker exploitation and safeguard the well being of social labor force. Excuse me. Section 3 introduces the concept of double overtime pay. It stipulates that any work performed are beyond a 40-hour work week will be compensated at twice the normal hourly wage. Okay, so basically 40-hour work week and then 20 hours more for overtime. All right, that makes more sense. This incentivizes fair pay, fair work practices, and ensures employees are duly compensated for their extended efforts. Section 4 focuses on worker safety and human work conditions. It mandates that employees must take all necessary steps to protect their workers from occupational hazards and ensures a dignified and safe working environment. This promotes a culture of respect and care within workplaces across Shoreland. Section 5 extends those protections to migrant or undocumented workers, granting them the same rights as such citizens. Employers who fail to abide by these rules will face substantial fines from the government, and persistent non-compliance will invite legal actions. I'm gonna fucking sign it regardless. Yeah, we're gonna lose more money, but whatever. The economy will bounce back. New law on workers' rights. The Workers' Rights Act has been signed into law by President Rain after the approval of the Grand National Assembly. Nasrullah, who campaigned heavily for the bill, also sought to express his gratitude for the confirmation of the new laws, saying it contained much vital rules and regulations. The new law established the okay. Rain signs the Workers' Rights Bill into law. Oh, well, whatever. Workers' Rights Bill signed. In a surprising move, President Rain has decided to do something right for his citizens by signing the Workers' Rights Act into law. And this looks as a publicity move after the terrible move. Fuck you! The new law establishes a minimum wage and sets a ceiling for the maximum amount of hours. Rain's move to give more rights to the workers has been welcomed by many. On the other hand, this may simply be a diversion from the actual real issues of the government. Oh my god, I fucking hate the communists. I fucking hate the communists. I have a deep hatred for communists because you can do whatever the fuck you can for the people of your country and then you get an asshole saying that shit. But criticism and self criticism is good, so fuck you, but thank you. Law, policies, workers' rights reforms, this is good. Economy, situations, increased employee costs, not that big of a problem. Welfare, situations, improved working conditions, woohoo! Okay, whole sword, oh, lot of things. Regional investment decision, a proposed regional investment. Vision investment decision. Gus Manger and Simon Hall have prepared an extensive regional investment package to revitalize one of the top three economically fragile regions by boosting the municipality budgets, providing large sums of business grants, and giving cheap loans to companies with liquidity problems. The proposal can be implemented in one of the following regions: Bergia, Lorraine, or Agenland. Okay, so let's see. Lorraine had some issues, but like low industrial outputs, sure, but it's still better than like Agneland is gonna be getting their highway soon enough, the H3 highway, but Bergia is facing legitimate problems. For example, you have the BFF, weird sects, you have a lot of shit happening in Bergia, like low literacy. You have homelessness. Homelessness is an actual issue in Bergia. Shit is not good. And so, in order to restore the people's trust in us, in order to curtail the BFF and their actions, we need to invest in Persia. I'd rather have I'd rather not have an insurgency on my hands. Government invests in Persia. The Soviet government has injected billions of SR into the development of the region of Persia. Besides, we're going to be dealing with Wellens soon. So having an economically good Persia is good. The Persia region was identified as one of the government's priority areas for lowering energy investments. The city of Deir Erzaran and Sarna will likely benefit the most from the investments due to their proximity to natural resources, existing transmission links, and population centers. The planned projects in central and southern Persia are expected to bring thousands of jobs to the region. Government program is designed to attract investors and expand the energy network as well as regional infrastructure. Government officials said a portion of the funding will also be used as agricultural subsidies, which is good. Oh wait, what the fuck? Why are we here? All right, now evening walk with Monica, budget allocation of flow and. Let's go on an evening walk with Monica. It was early evening, still light out with just a faint nip in the air. Frank was at a friend's and Dina was at an art class. Monica and I decided to go out for a walk before dinner. Our favorite place for a stroll was the nearby Capitol Park, the largest green space in all of Holsworth. Before the children were born, we had spent many an evening engaged in deep conversation along the riverside promenade. Another favorite path wound through the woods behind the presidential housing complex to a private pond where the children could swim in summer. I was told that Saul himself had it built, the benefits of being president. Monica met me by the door, and we put on our coats and hats. I was going to suggest we walk towards Seoul Square, but the other guards told me it's being closed for yet another protest. I wonder who they are protesting this time. What does it matter? There are two sides of the same coin. The Anton I knew University never would have said that. But the Anton I knew University did ask that I join any of them. Funny how becoming president changes one's perspective. In any case, where shall we go? I'm not sure Capitol Park is a wise idea in this climate either. You're right, it's not worth the security risk. Let's stay inside the gates. I agree, let's go. Then before the children get home. Before the guards about our route and we left the house. The guards followed at a discreet distance as we headed towards the walking trail. As we entered the woods, Monica broke the silence. So, how was your day? Paperwork, endless meetings, the usual nightmare. I don't know, I imagine some might find that stimulating. What about your day? Oh, it was fine. I caught up on some reading while the children were at school. Just outside the gate, I glimpsed Jonas Krona, the former Minister of Justice, walking towards Capitol Park. I remember that Nia Morgna used to be his vice minister. Didn't seem to notice us as we walked by. Jonas had once fought hard and strong against Saul's judiciary reforms. But after years of the government blocking his every move, he gave up on his ideals and became a part of the administration. What did our ideals really mean if they could be changed so easily? What about the people we idolize? Evelyn also came around for tea. She says hi. She was feeling rather low, though. But apparently, she and Peter had a bit of a disagreement. Peter's in the doghouse again? How did it happen? Apparently, Peter had too many whiskey, as usual, and didn't behave when Evelyn's father was over for dinner yesterday. You know, Peter, what do you think of this? That's Peter, especially pickled. I'll have to talk with him. If that's Pete, okay, yeah, I'll have a talk with him. Good. Evelyn seemed close to tears. And you're glad you and I don't have these kinds of horrors? Monica didn't say anything, but kept walking. You know, Evelyn hasn't been the same since that happened to her at Holsworth Post last year. You remember how she got fired for supporting Alfonso? Peter tried everything to get her job back, but it didn't work. I said they for journalism and free speech in Sorland. I completely agree, I said they indeed. But enough about the vectors. I also spoke to Janice on the phone. Oh, Janice. Right. You remember my friend from university? We were in the social literature class together. A few years younger than me, red hair, scar on her forehead. We had dinner with her and her husband once or twice. Neither the name nor the description rang a bell. Right, that Janice. Anyway, she's been working as an executive assistant at the Violet Pictures film studio. She recently became pregnant and asked her boss for paid maternity leave, and guess what? She was fired for it. After asking for maternity leave, that's terrible. I know, I was beside myself when she told me. And that's not all. By the way, in my real life, a friend of my mother's was asking if she can get fired while she's pregnant. Apparently, her job is trying to push her out. And because legally they cannot fire her, at least they cannot fire her without massive repercussions, they are trying to push her out by making her quit. So hopefully that situation is resolved. I know, I was beside myself when she told me, and that's not all. They immediately replaced her with a younger, less experienced man, the son of an executive, no less. This is utterly ridiculous. I'm happy you agree with me. As it happens, another friend works for a television station that's hiring secretaries, so I connected the two of them. That doesn't solve the deeper problem, though. Exactly, I knew you'd be on the same page. Women in this country are still seen as wives and mothers first, human beings second. They're harassed at work, underpaid, blocked from positions of power, and those are the lucky ones. The fact that there are still places in this country where little girls like Dina are denied the right to an education. Yes, and I will do what I can to change that. It can't just be you. These little girls and people like Janice need someone to speak on their behalf, a role model, a successful woman. We had reached the pond at the end of the trail. A park bench overlooked the water. Monica gestured to it. We sat down. Which brings me to my point. I know that the mayor of Andrika, Curtin Leste, will be delivering a speech at the annual opening of the Benfire Festival. My wish is to take his place and deliver the speech instead. Leste was one of Sorland's most influential politicians. He had started his career in Benfi before rising to power in Andrika. Benfi's current mayor had personally invited him to make the opening speech. Replacing him with Monica would likely anger him, probably not enough to cause a huge incident, but enough that he might use his influence over the conservatives who blocked me in the assembly. I want to base the speech on women's rights in Sorland, on the oppression and discrimination we face every day on the basis of our sex alone. I want our voice heard, and this festival is the time to do it. I just need your blessing and my husband and the president of Sorland. As my husband and president of Sorland. Remember my time with Social League of Women University? You supported me then. I'm asking you to support me now. Mika's eyes were blazing with a fire. I hadn't seen since we were students. She wanted this badly. But I had to be careful with my promises. Sure, does it have to be at the festival? Why can't you make your speech another time? It has to be now. Thousands go to this festival and millions watch the speeches at home. Sorland's women can't wait any longer. Fuck. I'll figure it out. You have my full support, always. This is why I love you. Thank you, Anton. You have no idea how much this means to me. Monica beamed at me, her face flushed with excitement. One way or another, I want to contribute to this country no matter what happens. We are not weak, Anton, but we are only strong as long as we stand by our ideals. This was why I had married her. This passion and resolve, I should have anticipated that. Sooner or later, she would join me in the political arena. By the way, when the time for the reforms comes, if I cannot convince the head of the conservatives, I'm gonna do some safe scumming. Safe scumming in this game, before you have the ability to save the game, is exiting the game and then re entering it to avoid an autosave. We rose from the bench and started making our way back home. Otherwise, we will end up like Jonas Krona. Jonas Krona? Exactly. He backed down on his ideals, and now everyone knows him for what he actually is: spineless. If that was how people remembered Jonas, how would I remember me? Whatever he had done, whatever ideas he had lost, he must have had his reasons. Would they remember me as a true patriot, a reformer of the country? What would they write about me in the history books? Let's get back to the house for dinner. Of course, either way. Monica smiled. You know, I believe I will. When we arrived home, I called my secretary Olivia and asked her to inform Mr. Leste and Monica that Monica would be making the speech in his stead. The sun began to set over the horizon, bathing the clouds in shades of orange and pink. Okay, nationwide peaceful protests. Well, they're peaceful at least. BFF bombs police station. It is a treacherous attack. The BFF has bombed a police station in there. Initial casualties are reported at 3 officers dead and 22 injured. The perpetrators have escaped into the Gamran Mountains near Uziren. And a search was started to bring them to justice. The border guard has been notified of the attackers in case they try to flee to Wellen. Locust Party of Bludia condemned the incident. Gold contest violence in Deir. There have been several incidents of religious violence committed by bloodish Goloncondists in Deir. The attacks targeted members of other religious groups, resulting in injuries and property damage. The situation is concerning and warrants immediate attention from law enforcement and government officials. It is recommended that measures be taken to prevent future incidents and to address the root cause of the violence. Young Sword members arrested and face terrorism charges. 6 terrorists from Young Swords plotting to bomb a rally were caught by Lakavan police. The perpetrators confessed to their plans and said they did it in response to the ban on the Young Swords. They have each been convicted and sentenced to 134 years in prison for planning a terrorist attack on the people of Sorland and for treason against Sorland. Wow. Red Youth members charged with terrorism and treason. 12 militants from the Red Youth have been tried and sentenced to 96 years in prison due to terrorism and treason related charges in Boren. Many Red Youth members are waiting for their turn in prison. The mayor of Boren reports concerns about reaching the maximum capacity of prisons in the region. Congolese violence in Sorland. Rizya's investment a lifeline for Gaslam. Explosion in Deer 3 killed 22 wounded. That nation, Sorland, is in a tough spot. The current public reports from the Ministry of Economy are pointing to a deep underlying problem with Sorland's economical standing: debt. It appears that the current ventures to get out of recession have put a considerable dent in the reserves. Although the comments from the administration state that this situation is only temporary, that remains to be seen. Our economy advisors have commented on the matter, saying that the current stance of the administration is hiding the extent of debt. This is, of course, bringing out the question: is Solon turning into a debt nation? Smolak condemns Arcasian soldiers in Lesbia. WESEC President Victor Smolak on Thursday criticized the Lesbian government for bringing Arcasian soldiers close to the borders of Welland. Last month, Prime Minister Alvarez and President Walker agreed on the construction of several military bases in Lesbia that would station ATO soldiers. With the arrival of the first Arcasian soldiers to Lesbia this week, equivalent stance has become increasingly hostile. In his speech on Thursday, Smolak said President Walker has succeeded in spreading Caucasian imperialism to eastern Maricopa, which will have consequences for every one of us in the region. ETO is clearly expanding its influence in our region using Lesbia. We must be careful, said President Smolak, warning the neighboring nations of Agnolia and Solent to be prepared for future crises. Progress on Iotake plan boosts Libya and surrounding nations. The ambitious Iotake plan, led by Astud Vice Secretary Chairman Iotake, continues its march in Libya and has expanded its influence into neighboring nations such as Zarland, East Dorguk, Son Samia, and beyond. Despite facing a myriad of controversies and the inherent challenges of implementing fast socioeconomic transformations, the excuse me, the CSP's propagandist agenda is undeniably poised to determine Rica's trajectory. The unfolding dynamics present a pressing query. How will the ATO counter such an extensive geopolitical maneuver? The chessboard is set and the game's stakes are high, potentially defining the ideological alignment of Rica for decades to come. Chancellor denounces the occasion based on Ravnos Island. Chancellor Hegel of Luxembourg publication says censored Arcasia's recent move to establish a military base on Ravnos Island during a press conference on Wednesday, labeling the act as a provocative gesture. Hegel argued that this development not only undermines regional peace and stability, but also poses a direct threat to Volksland national security. Unyielding in his condemnation, Hegel stressed Volksland is not a country to be bullied so easily. We have the entire CSP coalition. We and the entire CSP coalition will correspond in force if Arcasia does not withdraw from the island. The escalating tensions cast a shadow over the geopolitical dynamics of the region as the international community awaits Arcasian response. Grisia hails energy collaboration success. Following the fruitful joint investment in Gazprom, King Romus hailed the initiative as a shining example of regional cooperation. He underscored the potential for the successful partnership to pave the way for future collaborative endeavors, ultimately leading to mutual economic prosperity. The king expressed optimism for the growth of ROG and the sustainability of this cooperative model of energy investment. Okay. Republic of Lesbia. Lesbia condemns Russia's energy alliance. In a recent public statement, Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez voiced stern condemnation of Russia's cooperative energy agreement with Solent. Alvarez argued that the partnership undermines Lesbia's energy industry and specifically raised concerns about less power stakes in the region's energy market. The Prime Minister also drew attention to ongoing disagreements between Lesbia and Rizia over maritime borders, warning that the energy deal could further exacerbate these issues. Budget allocation of law enforcement. I was in my office reading reports from the ministries about the current situation of the protests. My next scheduled meeting was about the law enforcement budget with Nia and Lilias. I heard some knocks on the door. Nia entered and took a seat in front of my desk. Lilias was absent. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Lilias would be late. Apparently, there was an urgent matter at the Ministry of the Interior she had to attend to. It shouldn't take long. What urgent matter? She said something about supply distribution for the police forces. Nothing major. I turned to my reports and Nia smoothed back an errant strand of her hair. There was an awkward silence. While we wait, why don't we have a little chat? This might come off as a little strange, but I'm proud of you. Despite everything, you are actually trying to reform the country. It's just the beginning, there is so much more to do. It's Sweeney, not me. I couldn't do any of this by myself, so no, I am proud of you. Well, thank you. You certainly have a way with words, don't you? Words are just words. Actions are what's important. And you seem to be doing well at both so far. Pros are canceling out the cons for sure. She leaned forward. How are you really holding up, Anton? Being the president, I mean. It's the hardest thing I have ever done in my life, but it's also the best thing I've ever done in my life. I can imagine so much responsibility and so much power at the same time. I want to assist you and the country as best as I can. And to do that, I have an idea. We need to eliminate the worst problems we have: corruption. So finally, you come to the. Okay, and how do we do that? It's high time old guards and the Supreme Court stop holding the country in the palm of their hands. That's why I want to form a new unit, the anti corruption police. That is my idea. That sounds like an excellent idea. I'm glad you agree. I'm still figuring out the details myself right now, but think about the possibilities. Also, one more thing about Lilias. I wouldn't trust her if I were. She barely finished the sentence before she heard a knock on the door. Nia almost jumped in her chair. Nia's Graf entered the room. Mr. President? Nia? I hope that I'm not interrupting your conversation. No, not at all. We were just discussing a few things. Nia smiled at Lilias. I'm sorry for being late. There was an important matter at the ministry. Security forces of Bergia are arbitrarily not cooperating with my department and created some minor annoyances. Unfortunately, due to my limited authority in the special zone of Bergia, I cannot control their operations. Luckily, they didn't completely botch their task and actually uncovered a large network of priests that are recruiting Bergians for the Bloodish Freedom Front. Good. Do your best to keep the miscommunication with the government's forces at a minimum. We need to take the war against terror seriously. Of course. Yes, took the seat next to Nia as she continued talking. Well then, let's go straight in. We will provide a brief update on the situation of law enforcement. Go ahead. Nia? The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court is working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Interior to address the protests in the country. I must add that thanks to the hard work of our judiciary, the law enforcement forces assigned to my ministry are doing their jobs efficiently. I would call it the success of our forces on the ground, not due to the judicial branch of our government. Lilia shot Nia a brief, withering glance. As expected, the budget increase has boosted morale of the employees in the law enforcement agencies in these dire times. My people and Nia's people are especially delighted. This came as a pleasant surprise to many in the Ministry of the Interior since it was not even one of our campaign promises. And for that, all I will say is bravo, this was an excellent decision. Agreed, the Ministry of Justice, we are very happy with the decision as well. The backlog of the court cases are dwindling and we have started to fulfill the needs of the current situation. Certainly a step in the right direction. I did what was expected from me, that's all. Of course. Well then, let's move on to what we are actually here for. Due to the budget increase, we can start doing much more as the main branches of security in Sorland. However, a decision has to be made about the budget balance between the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Justice. Exactly. When deciding, you must look at the bigger picture. I believe you will make the right choice and pick the Ministry of Interior. Why should I pick the Ministry of Interior? The Ministry of Interior is a much more significant and important government agency and that is in need of the funds, especially during these times where there are many protests in the country. Good luck prosecuting criminals or going through local government laws without enough judges, Lilias. But if I decide to balance the budget between the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Justice, balancing the budget won't help as much. The situation clearly demands that a decisive choice be made to benefit the nation. I agree, we need to focus on one ministry to achieve tangible results. Of course, that would make the most sense in the current situation, would be to support the much neglected Ministry of Justice that would improve the legal system in Sorna. Tell me, Nia, who brings the criminals before the justices? Let me answer. The police force is connected to the Ministry of Interior. Why should I pick the Ministry of Justice? Each day, stacks of legal cases are piling up for judges. Cases for corruption and criminals are delayed due to a lack of funds. This seems to be an organizational issue, not a funding one. The interior needs the money more than the police and local governments. I am ready to make a decision. What will it be? Lilias and Nia leaned forward. The funds will go to the Ministry of Interior. The funds will go to the Ministry of Justice to reduce the court backlog and improve the justice system. I have my biases because I have been to courts. Like I've visited courthouses before, and holy fucking shit, you cannot imagine the issues you find there. Like holy fucking shit. It is absolutely necessary to support the justice. We already have our cops on the ground, and more firm hand activities will not be enough. Violence begets violence. We need an effective reform of the justice system. Bad decision making. The right choice. It was the time the Ministry of Justice got the funds it needs. With a moment of deliberation passed, Elias got up from her seat. I must return to the Ministry to implement necessary changes. Very well. See you soon, Elias. I need to have a few words with Mr. President. Elias left the room. Here is my proposal. Corruption has always been a major issue with my government, with any government. It's the root of all evil. That's why I'm proposing the formation of the Anti-Corruption Police. As a sub-branch of the Ministry of Justice, the ACP would be given full authority by the presidency to investigate corrupt government officials and citizens. This would especially come in handy when dealing with corruption in higher positions. The Supreme Court and oligarchs that meddle in politics are just a few examples. If you accept this, if we accept this would give our administration the ability to deal with corruption quickly and decisively. Very well then. Form the anti-corruption police. Excellent. I will start the prep work. You are making a good decision. You are making good decisions after good decisions today, Mr. President. I will be in touch. Nia got up and left the room. Okay, a lot of changes in the situation. Let's see what we have here. Anti-corruption law and increased justice funding. Okay, so we got positive judicial personnel, efficient judicial justice system, anti-corruption campaign. Legally speaking, we are working well. Now we got the anti-corruption police. Protesters target sacred symbols, sacred figures, and symbols of Das Dasnurity, including Saint Dast himself, have become the targets of vandalism and protest continues across Swordland. What initially began as a protest against the murder of Bernard Sirkas in January has turned into rioters forcibly tearing down monuments of former soldiers, politicians, saints, and other figures. Even if rioters are successful in removing the image of Saint Dast or Tarkin Soul from parts of society, this will only serve to strengthen our faith and our political will, said Curtin Leslie, mayor of the worst hit cities. Andrika, give me a moment. I'll be coming back in a moment. I need to step away for a second. I am back. I am back. I am so very sorry. So very sorry for being late. Um, yeah, an injured owl with a gunshot wound arrived to us today, and we were tending to it, just making sure the owl was fine. And the owl started eating, and showing activities. We bandaged the wing, and all is good. So excuse me being late. There were situation outside of our control. At this rate, at this rate, I better just start a bird sanctuary. Like I got four cockatiels, a duck, and now an injured owl. Oh well, recession is growing faster without unemployment and plunging economic. Announcement of the concept point and unprecedented magnitude of the decline in employment. Its broad reach. The economy shrank by 2.4 in the last month and lost further value against occasion data. Victor calls president to action. Smollett condemns Caucasian soldiers in Lesbia. Didn't we just read that? Okay. Okay. The BFF is using schools to recruit and train militants. A school in Erzaren was discovered to be acting as a hidden facility of the Bloodish Freedom Front, where they employed methods of Bloodish nationalist propaganda and military training. It is suspected that the BFF has been using rural schools, all around Bergia to recruit and train students for their cause. These operations are often hidden and occur mainly in areas with a majority of Bloodish population, where schools opt for using the Bloodish language over Swordish. Many of these communities tend to struggle with the Swordish language and become easier targets for the BFF. The situation is concerning as it involves indoctrination and recruitment of young individuals into violent and extremist organizations. It is recommended that the government take immediate action to prevent the Bloodish Freedom Front from using schools as a tool for their recruitment efforts. Okay, briefing on the highway, and then we have discussion. But let's go with the briefing on the H3 highway construction issues. Yay, there's issues. Oh wait, someone's messaging. The H3 highway construction created a second opportunity to visit the seaside town of Lenkirk, known for its salmon. Thousands of people from the city were employed for construction work by the new highway project. But the main purpose of our visit has to solve construction issues that began to endanger the deadline. First met with the mayor and took a brief tour of the city. Afterwards, we gathered at the city hall. Simon had a worried look on his face. There also was a message of support from the mayor of Arvory, Eric Neal, who was grateful for the H3 investments. I have concerns about the construction due to progress being slower than expected. We scheduled this project to be finished late 1955, but the Soldier State Corporation might miss that target with the current trajectory. After engaging with the managers, they have said that they are moving forward slowly but steadily. The cliffside ground laying construction between Linkirk and Arvory is proving more dangerous than expected. The SSC is an organization of principles, so they aren't rushing and risking people's lives. The state can be reckless. How can we get the construction back on schedule? This is the million rand question. There are a couple of issues that need to be resolved if we want the SSC to to make the deadline. One of the important issues is their construction management team. The other could be outdated construction methods used which require more manpower, but we aren't sure if that contributes to the issue. But with that comes other issues. We don't want to create a chaos in the management team, which would create further problems. SSC might need more resources to speed things up. The deadline must be met. I stand in agreement. The construction speed can recover if they expand the workforce and buy new machinery. A cash injection would increase the project cost even further. It might even be necessary for us to hit the opening date. If we make the opening ceremony on time, the public would cherish our efficiency. Simon took a deep breath and continued. One way or another, we have to solve the issue. This can lead to real complications down the line otherwise. We can either give the construction managers money, warn them, or replace them. With more resources, the managers are more likely to hit the deadline. Any other actions just hurt Sornan. More the construction management send a formal warning from the Ministry of Economy, place the construction managers with more competent people to ensure the deadline is hit. Let's try to give more money to the construction managers so they can hire more workers and buy machinery to hit the deadline. This extra investment could be just enough to get things back on track. However, it is unfortunate we had to spend more because we need it elsewhere too. Trust me, Mr. President, this is the best investment we could have done. The SSC will only grow and learn from this. That should be it. Good that we have figured out a way to move the process forward. The meeting ended. The three of us went to the beach of Lenker. It was rather rocky but very pristine. The sunset looked absolutely astonishing over the Marken Sea. The day-long visit ended with a dinner involving the most important people in the city. Many of them were bureaucrats. Later, we made our way back to Holsum. Okay, our monetary situation is not ideal. Far from it, actually. Discussion of changes of the tax system. We were at the top floor of the business council building, which had a great view of the beautiful Vlakhaven. I looked outside from the tall glass windows. The Markian Sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was dotted with many ships towards the horizon. They were mostly cargo ships carrying precious goods in and out of Swordland. Tracing back the paths of the ships, I looked at the harbor. Lakhaven was home to one of the largest harbors in the entire continent. Many dockyard workers were loading and unloading the containers. Work never stopped here. Door opened. Simon, Meek, Michael, and Edith entered the meeting room. Mr. President, Mr. President, so nice to see you again. Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's great to see you all again. Simon puts down his bag on the table and started collecting his documents while the others slowly took their seats. Mr. President, before we start, I would like to mention some rumors that I heard. Workers' Rights Act did not sit well with many business holders, especially the first section about the minimum wages. I heard the same. This has caused these businesses to lose millions of rand just overnight. Unfortunately, especially during a recession. What's unfortunate was this bill was enacted this late. Neither of them responded. Simon waited patiently. Once everyone was ready, he adjusted his glasses. First of all, I would like to thank everyone here for their work on our tax system reform. You all know how complicated our current system is, and this work wouldn't be possible without you. He turned to me. The ultimate goal here is to end the recession. Before we move ahead and start formulating a plan, We need to determine our direction, Mr. President. You have a few possibilities as a result of the work we have done so far. We can increase, maintain, or decrease the taxes for large corporations. Maybe some of us in the room have a few strong opinions about this. In parallel, we can increase, maintain, or decrease the taxes for small and medium businesses. Let's start with the large corporations and we'll move on to small businesses. What is the outcome if we increase the taxes for large corporations? It's not an option at this point. Our economy is in shambles. Taking what's remaining from the businesses will destroy the economy further. Couldn't balance it by decreasing taxes of small businesses to put some relief on them. I see. I'm not sure if that's a good idea with the current state of our economy. I do believe there is one way to get out of recession. This is through the trade and the economic contribution of large corporations. Increasing their taxes will turn them on you. I will go a step further. Increasing their taxes will have disastrous results and it will make you an enemy of them. Trust me, Mr. President, nobody wants to make an enemy of them. It goes both ways, Mr. Evan. Of course. But if we decrease the taxes for large corporations? It's not an option at this point. Our state is broke. We are barely functioning with the help of the taxes. Could balance it by increasing the taxes of small businesses. I see. I'm not sure if that's a good idea with the current state of the economy. I think this is a viable idea. Upsetting the existing balance might be less than ideal. Me too. You would have the group on your good side on top of solving the recession crisis, Mr. President. They better try to stay on my good side. I have to agree, being their ally could come in handy. Is there any downside to keeping the things as they are? Unfortunately, that's the only thing we can do at this point anyway. The economy is completely destroyed, Mr. President. I don't know how we'll get out of this mess. What does everyone think we should do? I don't think we can do anything at this point, although I would have preferred to decrease taxes. Doesn't seem to be the best option. Our international trade is driven mostly by the products of these corporations. They are the backbone of our economy. Exactly, an increase should be out of the question. These companies are the backbone of our economy and our way out of the recession. I am ready to make a decision. Very well, Mr. President. We want to ensure the economy is on a balanced track as further destabilization might have drastic consequences. Increase the taxes for large corporations. Increase taxes on large corporations and balance with a decrease for small businesses. Maintain the taxes for large corporations. Increase the taxes for large corporations. Okay, we'll go with this. We increase the taxes for large corporations and balance it with a decrease for small businesses. You are making a mistake. This is going to have outrageous effects down the road. Enough, the president has made his choice. Well then, I have taken a note of our action and I will put it to implementation as soon as possible. We will be giving people some relief by enacting tax breaks for small and medium businesses, and there will be an increase for large corporation taxes which will help us sustain our balance. Simon organized the stack of papers he had in front and placed them back into his briefcase. Well then, thank you everyone. That will be all for today. Good work. They left the meeting room. I decided to stay a bit longer. I went by the windows again and kept watching the sea in silence for some more time. Well, reducing taxes for small businesses will help revitalize them, while increasing taxes for the big corporations will bring in money. Construction problems fixed. The Soldier State Corporation has sent a positive report outlining that the safety issues slowing down construction has been solved due to the allocation of new funds, double machinery, and the workers helped the SSC get back on track and to finish the project on time. The Ministry of Economy also confirmed the statement. Grooney Rural Development Plans near completion. The Grooney Rural Development Plan, a brainchild of Rural Development Minister Gus Manger, is near completion in Holsthorne. The strategy aims to revitalize the rural economy, fortify good security, and enhance the regional economy of Grooney. The upcoming presentation of the finalized plan marks a significant milestone in the evolution of Solon's rural development agenda. Okay. Holstorn, immigration a threat to Soreland, whatever. Tax cuts for small and medium corporations. In order to end the recession, the administration has announced new changes to the tax system as per the information provided to the Ministry of Economy. The new changes include a tax cut, bringing the total to 25% for small and medium sized corporations. President Train has approved the tax reform and the changes are expected to come into effect immediately. Large corporation tax increases are uncalled for. Yeah, we can't help but question President Train's intentions with this decision. Fuck off. Torin High School wins award. The national school rankings have announced their result. Okay. Rising Grade, the category of the primary school, Torrance Hill School has surpassed all others with the highest average results achieved in the student performance, discipline, facilities, hygiene, and staff happiness categories. NSR committee gave an award to the hospital. The principal. Teaching experts feel that the principal and the head of teachers excelled in taking responsibility for their duties, which led to better performance in many aspects. Upon closer inspection, the one editorial team found out about how much delegation occurred in the staff and even included diligent teenagers to improve the maintenance operation of the school. That's cool. Smolak threatens new military incursions targeting BFF. Russian President Viktor Smolak has threatened to launch military operations in northern Welland, close to the borders with Poland and Lesbia, against the Bloodish rebel group. The BFF, which Warlowitz considers to be a terrorist organization, is in a television interview to curry support for the next month's referendum to extend its presidential powers. Smolak announced that the military is preparing a new internal operation with possible cross-border implications against the BFF. Observers point out that a tough stance against the BFF, which is fighting for minority rights, plays well with Wejak nationalists. Smolak has pledged to eradicate the Blood groups in Welland, the Democracy Party of Welland, and the militant organization, the Blood Freedom Front, which is known to operate both in Welland and Solent extensively. Such operations are fraught with military risks and the possibility of further exacerbating already tense relations among neighbors, particularly with Solent, due to the large number of Bloodish minority living close to the borders, as well as the Arcasia-backed Lesbia. Despite such risks, some analysts don't rule out such a military operation. We have a visit and inspection of schools in Liren. Visit and inspection of schools in Liren. Hold on a second. Okay, whatever. Visit and inspection of schools. Let's go. As part of the planned program, we are live in Laren, to visit a middle school. The prestigious Torren Hill School was situated close to the suburbs, just outside of the city center. The building was flanked by two hills, each beautifully dotted with shrubs and flowers. Lucian, Ciara, and I got out of our cars and met at the entrance. Our presence had not gone unnoticed. Apart from our guards, there were at least 10 reporters following us around. That must be the principal right this way, sir. The principal was a man of short stature, with a bushy mustache and a pair of glasses. He approached us quickly, but was stopped by the security guards. They started patting him down and searching him. That won't be necessary. Let him through. Mr. President, such an honor to meet you. Shake his hand and smile for the cameras. We shook hands and I turned around to smile for the cameras. Sports instantly snapped a few photos. Welcome to our humble school. Sorry about the security guards. It's a necessity standard procedure. Excellent. You must be Mr. Galade. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Miss Walda, so good of you to come all the way out here. Thank you. At the entrance, the school motto was inscribed on the wall in giant letters. Whatever the fuck this is. Education is the premise of progress in all societies, in all families. Walked through the gates. There were many students lined up in front of the stairs of the main building. As we entered, the students started singing the national anthem. The principal proudly looked at them. Marvelous, my dear students. After the anthem finished, all of the students immediately snapped to attention and turned to me. Looks more like a military institution than a school. Exactly. That's what we pride ourselves on. Discipline has the utmost importance in our school. We need more educated people, not soldiers. On that, we are aligned. I can assure you that our students are very well educated. In fact, our school is one of the top 10 middle schools in all of Sourland. Now, we will watch the students take their daily student oath. A boy and a girl went up on stage and grabbed their microphones. The students turned to them. I am a sword, my strength lies in my blood. I will respect our honorable elders, I will protect the young. My life belongs to Sourland now, and it will belong to it forever. I will always follow the guiding light of Colonel Soul and the Grey Swords. Morgana will score Victor Sista. I will nod at the kids. I don't want to destroy their confidence. I nodded at the kids. Words to remember. What? No one even remembers it after they graduate. If you wish to follow me, we will take a look at one of our classrooms. Throughout the hallways, we made our way to classroom 7A. As soon as I entered, the whole classroom rose up and snapped to attention. Sit down, please. Students sat down. The same boy and girl walked up to us. These are our top students and our top class. This here is my son, who came for me and saluted me like a military officer. Tell Mr. President what you want to be. Mr. President, I want to be a general, sir. I am ready to sacrifice myself for my country and you, sir. This is nonsense. What are you teaching? This good. You will make a fine soldier in the future. I'll do whatever I can to not let that happen. Thank you, sir. The principal squeezed his son's shoulders, and the boy looked up and smiled to his father. He patted him on the back and sent him off to his seat. The cameras flashed. This is simply ridiculous. You are raising soldiers here, not students. I am so sorry. I will immediately perform disciplinary actions. How about you, young lady? What do you think about this? She is our top student in the school. Her excellent grades are to. I didn't ask you. She bent down and gently addressed the young student. What do you think about your school? Just between us girls. Let me make sure. Yep, yep, my voice is good. My voice is good. I I'm sick of having to knit and sew while the boys learn science and chemistry. I'm smarter than all of them. Why do you have to take these stupid handcraft classes? Shh! Do you know who you're talking to? Shut up, let her speak. Sierra's presence had emboldened the girl. She went on. My math and reading scores are the best in the school, but they won't let me take the classes I want just because I'm a girl. I want to be a scientist, not some soldier's wife. You heard her, Mr. President. You will make the necessary changes at once. As you wish, sir, at once. I will personally check back to ensure that changes are made. Yes, sir. Cameras flashed once again. I looked around the classroom and saw a large portrait of Colonel Saul. An excellent portrait of Colonel Saul. Take that down. But sir, that's portrait of Colonel Saul. We can't just take it down. Don't make me repeat my words. The principal reluctantly took the portrait down. Even the reporters looked confused for a minute before taking many photos of the portrait being taken down. Tiara was smiling, and when she realized I was looking at her, she nodded. Well then, unfortunately we are almost out of time. We have other meetings to attend to today. Thank you for the warm welcome. Mr. President, Lucian, please go ahead. I would like to speak with the girl alone. Thank you for the tour. Thank you for visiting our school, sir. Come on, class. One, two. All students in the classroom yelled, but the boy whom I met was the loudest. A Morgna will score. Vector sees da. I mean, hey, I'm still a Swedish patriot. After another round of up photos, we departed. Oh, this is going to be a media circus, I can just tell. First of all, let's look at our overview. Economy wise, large corporations downsize, tax avoidance. The country was taking steps to address the issue. Uh, address the issue of tax evasion in many parts of society, but it still remains a significant problem. Progress has been made in reducing the levels of tax avoidance. There are still many areas where individuals and businesses continue to evade taxes, resulting in a loss of revenue for the government. Small businesses growing. This economic stimulus has provided a much needed boost to the country's staggering job market and has helped promote sustainable growth. The news. President visits school in Laren. A middle school in Laren received a special visit from President Rain and Minister of Education Mrs. Walda. Students and staff of Torrance High School, one of the five most prestigious schools in East Solent, welcomed the special visitors on Thursday morning. President Rain had expressed his wish to visit this successful Torrance High School and spend the morning talking with staff and students, joining in with the lessons and hosting questions and answer sessions with the students. Through his visit, Torrin Hill is delighted to have had an opportunity to represent the fantastic job that all staff members have been doing. Assembly talks about prayer language. Today, Kisaro Kibener, leader of NFP, has proposed a Swedish Prayer Language Act to the Assembly. The proposed bill aims to standardize the language of prayer to Swedish in the entire Sorland. Prayer language has always been a controversial topic, as most of the religious ceremonies in the Berja region, where most of the British population resides, conduct their prayers in Bloodish. The proposal had caused heated discussions between the British MPs and NFP, resulting in Mansoon Leki, the leader of the Devon MPs, leaving the assembly in protest. So today, a new star in Gilad Swine Sky. The revered dandelion label from Errol. Vintage with dandelion wines. Okay, whatever, don't care. Fluctuating energy prices. The energy market is still expecting a period of intense fluctuation. For the past 3 months, the average price per kilowatt hour has been seen peaks and droughts ranging from worrying high 12% or even low of -8%. These unpredictable swings can have considerable impact on the economy, affecting everything from business costs to consumer spending. Member of Assembly arrested. Michael Mussolini, an MP from the National Front, was arrested on Tuesday for supporting Young Sword organization and aiding terrorism. These two other NFP members were also detained. Lawyers said in a majority escalation in the government's crackdown on its opponent in the wake of the murder of Bernard Circus. Raids also took place in the cities of Jen and Erlori. Raids took place against a backdrop of rising criticism over the government's purge, which also saw the issuing arrest warrants against two editors of Flakavin Times who were known to be supporters of the Young Swords organization. Communist Party leader arrested. Dennis Staller, the leader of the Communist Party of Solent, has been detained along with 10 other members because of their reluctance to give testimony for crimes linked to terrorist propaganda. Police raided the household home of leader Dennis Staller early on Friday. Staller, a charismatic leader known as the Swedish Hegel by some admirers, had been targeted by several earlier investigations, but this is the first time he has been detained. He was accused the CPC's politician of using the Red Youth organization to create terror and acting to further the interests of the millennialist administration of Red Contana. President Rain, the USP, and the colonel. On Friday morning, President Rain, Education Minister Walda visited middle school in Lair, known to be a proudly Solus establishment. Torrance High School is one of the most popular middle schools in Solent. During the visit, the president was seen speaking with the pupils and school staff before he ordered the removal of Tarkinsol's portrait from the building. Reasoning behind this controversial and brave move still stands as an unknown, but it will purely create problems for President Rain with his own party. This event might have very well been just for show or a sign that there are widening cracks between President Rain. I should not have done that. I should not have done the theatrics, but Nasser was one for theatrics. No. Or is this a sign that the USP is finally feeling the pressure and opting for a change in their values? Whatever the case might be, the foundations of the USP and the cold figure of Tarkin's soul seems to be losing its strength. Caucasian PMC is accused of sowing discord in Eastern Xena. A sudden turn of events, Kinal has accused Caucasian private military companies of namely Cerberus International and Palantor Security Solutions of destabilizing Eastern Xena. The allegation suggests these PMCs are resorting to piracy and unauthorized source resource extraction, essentially violating international norms and regulations being upheld by XEC nations such as Zelina, Narashima, and Fenkau, and more. The serious nature of these accusations not only stoke regional tensions, but also raise fundamental questions about the role and accountability of PMCs on the global stage. If validated, these activities could represent a significant review of AN laws, prompting a broader and dialogue on the regulation of PMCs. Metal Gear Solid 4 reference. Metal Gear Solid 4 reference. CSP advocates the solution of Maritime ITZ. The CSP has called for the solution of Maritime International Trade Zone. This strategic location in Moreland territory and complemented by a strategically vital port has been the joint venture of Frisian, Moreland, Lesbian, and Valsland state corporations since the pre-revolutionary era. The recent ascension of Alma Sultana to the premiership of Morella, has sparked a seismic shift in this arrangement. With staunch backing from Falkland, Prime Minister Sultana has declared intentions to nationalize the mines and port, a move that potentially upends the status quo and alters the trajectory of the region's economic future. This move directly challenges the interests of Frisian royal gold and, by extension, King Roman Soras of Frisia. The announcements drew immediate attention from Lesbia's Prime Minister Alvarez and ATO stalwart, who firmly expressed his commitment to maintaining the current free market practices, heightening the tension between the two blocs. Okay, I want to check on something. Okay, I want to test something. Test. Ah, okay. Okay, this is good. Just making sure. Okay. ATO economic summits in parallel capitalism, diverse forms. The ATO has taken steps to check the economic front by hosting a pivotal summit in Perla. Summit concerned leaders and economic experts from ATO nations, setting the stage for a high-level discussion about the global economy, central to the discourse where the divergent yet complementary economic ideologies of Caucasian capitalism and lesbian protectionism. Caucasian capitalism marked by market-oriented reforms, policies, deregulation, and widespread privatization, has driven robust economic growth in many ATO nations. As per ATO's 1954 economic report, countries practicing this model have witnessed an average GDP growth rate of 9.7% over the past decade. Conversely, lesbian protectionism, with its strategic tariffs and trade barriers, has reinforced economic stability, with lesbia recording an average inflation rate of just 1.8% during the same period. The summit recognized the potential synergy between these economic models, with discussions focusing on capitalizing on strengths of both systems, the ultimate aim to strike a balance between fostering a competitive economy environment and protecting domestic interests from foreign competition. In this endeavor, the ATO is strategically positioning itself to counter the CSP's expansion strategies while preserving the diverse forms of capitalism within its member nations. Rumble. Queen Beatrice Livingstone calls Solon a threat to world peace. Bitch, please. Queen Beatrice Livingstone appeared on TV to call Solon not just a threat to peace in Eastern Maricopa, but a threat to peace in the entire world. She condemned the riots and police violence in Solon, also expressing her worries about the direction Solon is headed. She urged the Ramburgian army to secure the southern border, citing violent incidents in northern Solon. Bitch, please. Gujarati unveils newest wine and sends message. The famed dandelion label of Erloy, rooted in the rich viticulture legacy of Gerald of Ribery, has introduced a new wine to its esteemed collection. Mr. Oat Bellasord has sent a fine selection to the Maroon Palace and wrote a little note to accompany it. Wine, like politics, operates not on a scale of lesser or greater, but on a spectrum of nuanced complexity. Distinctions are subjective. The flavors as variables as policy decisions. As a winemaker studies the subtle notes in each grape, a politician must examine the unique shades of each strategy. If I'm to choose between one vintage and another, between one policy and another, I'd rather not choose at all, but rather appreciate and comprehend the intricate interplay each presents. After all, the art of winemaking and indeed politics lies not in forced choices, but in understanding and celebrating the subtle complexities inherent within. The stage's addition is expected to uphold the characteristic floral tones, depth, and elegance that dandelion wines are cherished for. Wine connoisseurs and industry experts await the opportunity to savor this new vintage, and its potential influence on the Swedish wine industry is a topic of considerable interest. I feel like I wasted my fucking time reading this. Briefing on the proposal of education reform. We were still in Leren, staying at a modest guest house for state employees. Ciara set up a meeting with me and Lucian to go over her plans for education reform after our school visit. Lucian was seated across from me at the table, going through documents. Ciara entered the room. After the visit yesterday, I couldn't even sleep thinking about that little boy and girl. I've never been more sure of my intentions to reform our education system. Lucian took off his reading glasses and put it on the table. I agree, an education reform is necessary. Exactly. Those students have to repeat that same soulless propaganda every day, every single day. They are being brainwashed at an age when their minds need to be free. On top of that, young girls are denied the same opportunity as boys. They're into the role of housewife before they even reach puberty. Nothing's changed since I went to school. Women like me, Lilias, Nia, even your wife, we had to study twice as hard to receive the same university education that you and Lucian took for granted. Is that the kind of country that you want your daughter to grow up in? Mr. President, we need to bring change. We need to free the minds of these young people. They are our future. Very well. What do we need to do for an education reform? We need to keep politics out of the curriculum. Saul should only be viewed as a historical figure. Children shouldn't have to repeat his name every day. This is actively poisoning young, bright minds. Instead of thinking for themselves, they are learning to take things as at face value. We also need to ensure boys and girls receive the same instruction. Handjobs like knitting and sewing should be taught to both sexes or not at all. Solon's youth must be technically skilled and capable for the next decade. That won't be possible with the amount of nationalistic indoctrination and narrow-minded thinking found in schools today. Either we raise a generation ready for the challenges of the future or not. What will it be, Mr. President? Lucian, what do you think? As much as I respect Colonel Saul, his time has passed. Now is our time. I do think this might be the first step of a larger plan. Reform the education system. You will not regret it. I will get to work immediately. Now that the decision was made, let's move on. Very well. Ciara skimmed over the documents before continuing. After the budget increase, the ministry quickly began formulating plans on how to effectively use the money. But before moving forward, the question of keeping education fully state-funded or allowing for new private schools remain open. Tell us about the benefits of allowing private schools. I've made my opinion clear. I'm against it, but it would give us additional funds for education while increasing competition. It would go against our overall economic strategy of a planned economy. A few minutes of deliberation passed. We have enough money to improve education in Sorland. We do not need to complicate things further with a privatization incentive. So what is your decision? Keep education solely a matter of the state. We need to prevent interference from private interests. Fuck yeah. We'll do that. We'll do that. That should be it for now. I will go to work and report back later. This has been a very productive day. I will be returning to Holsworth. Thank you for your time, everybody. We dispersed after spending nearly the entire day together. Took a moment simply to breathe the fresh air of Darren. Felt calmer here somehow, but I would have to return to the chaos of Holsworth soon enough. Holsworth. Ministry of Education has started work on education reform. Ministry of Education, Ciara Walda, is reporting that she has begun working on the approved education reform. The details of the education reform will be finalized over the upcoming months. If the reform package is accepted, the next steps of this process would be to discuss the indoctrination of education. Greater household free of protest. This week, a decisive intervention by government forces and the police brought a conclusion to the end to the Palazai protests of the Greater Warsaw region. These actions, albeit necessary, left a tragic tale of casualties and had a profound impact on the economy. The protest leaders from Conrad voiced the sentiments of many when he said, "We want peace for our brothers and sisters in Swordland, we don't want more repression." His heartfelt plea underscores the widening chasm between the authorities and the populace. Earlier the day witnessed a large-scale operation where hundreds of riot police cleared protesters from northern Holsworth, driving them into the surrounding streets. The question remains as to whether this forceful action will quell the rising tide of dissent or merely direct it. Gazprom stagnates amid market challenges. In the recent news, Gazprom finds itself in a state of stagnation, unable to grow or downsize due to a combination of internal and external factors. This scenario casts shadow over Gazprom's future and hints at the difficulties facing Solan's energy sector. Kibener, Rain is making a mistake. Head of Solon's second opposition party, National Front, Gizaro Kibener, has said President Rain will not be able to keep ruling the country without addressing policies that have negatively affected our security, culture, and economy. He blamed the President Rain for not being open to any discussions about proper reforms. Kibener also criticized Franz Richter for supporting President Rain. NFP cannot be part of this nonsensical collaboration anymore, as it has been transformed into an anti-nationalist committee, said Kibiner. He also explained his concerns over how the PFGP supported Arcasian imperialism and only care about profit at the expense of the Swedish people. Rain is making a mistake by working together with Victor, said Kibiner, and criticized the committee for not discussing the real issues that surround Sorland. The radical demonstrators are arrested. Tens of thousands of demonstrators were driven out of from the city centers by riot police this week. According to ground sources, thousands have been detained. The government has still not declared the real numbers of or the identities of the individuals. Government crackdown on the protests around the country was swift and brought an end to the chaos in major cities such as Holsworth and Lakaven. Reports from mayors around the country came in today saying that the protests are under control and stability will return. Modernized education techniques. This is good. I'll be reading all of our policies at the end of the game and our situations. This is an end game type of thing. Okay. United Contana launched its second satellite. It is in a significant technological milestone. United Contana has successfully launched its second satellite capable of facilitating radio communications. This development catapults United Contana to the forefront of space-based communication technology, enabling radio signals to be transmitted via satellite for the first time. No other nation currently possesses this advanced capability, marking a significant achievement for United Contana. Gruni Rural Development Investments, a regional rural development proposal to improve agriculture. The Gruni Rural Development Investment is a proposal by Rural Development Minister Gus Manger to bolster Scotland's rural economies and secure the nation's food sustainability. The plan envisages a judicious allocation of resources to vitalize agricultural communities, fortify food security, and elevate the regional economy of Gruni. One potential strategy is the provision of subsidies for new farms, encouraging more players into the agricultural field. Alternatively, Bangladesh proposes an investment in the mechanization of existing farms to improve productivity or the initiation of crop research to foster innovation. We will mechanize existing farms. Let's mechanize existing farms. Because I really don't have the money to spare. Mechanization, the key to agrarian progress. In a bold move, the government has opted to invest in the mechanization of existing farms as part of the Gruni Rural Development Investment Plan. This initiative aims to boost productivity and could help secure our food supplies. While the transition may be challenging for traditional farming communities, it's a step towards modernizing our agricultural practices. It is important to modernize. Meeting with Gloria Tori on planned reforms. I don't want to meet her. She's scary. Okay, fuck it. I arrived at the Grand National Assembly, which was only a 5 minute drive away from the palace. There I had a private meeting with Gloria Tori, one of the leading figures of the USP, to get her approval for the proposal. She was also keen in reaching 150 signatures to propose the new constitution, as she had extensive control over our party's conservative and moderate wings. As I walked through the corridors of the Grand National Assembly, I was confronted by my memories of the historic building. Despite being a member of assembly not long ago, it now felt like a distant past. I walked into the left wing of the assembly, which currently acted as the quarters of the USP. Gloria's office was the first one inside. I knocked on the door and entered. Good morning, Mrs. Story. Good to see you here, Mr. Rain. It was a small, neatly organized office. There were small figurines, photos, and plants around the place. It had a homey feel, like my own assembly office when I would work there. On her gesture, I took a seat. The chair was very uncomfortable. How are you doing, Mrs. Story? I'm fine, Mr. Rain. How are you? I'm very happy to see you, Mrs. Story. It's been a while. Indeed, Mr. President. She smiled. So, how does the presidential chair compare to the ones in the assembly? Not as good as you imagine. I'm sure it doesn't give you back pains the way ours do. Anyway, let's keep this simple, Mr. Rain. We both know why we are here. Why we are here. You want me to give you my support. I don't see why the backbone of the USB would support your rushed reforms. Don't you realize they go directly against the wishes of the founder of this party and the state? The reforms are not against anyone. It's all in the name of democracy. It's all in the name of democracy. In the name of democracy. Even though you owe everything to Colonel Saul, I think you never liked him nor the party he built. There's nothing personal about this, Mrs. Story. Whatever you intend to do, you will be facing quite the opposition. That's all I can say. I'm sure we can make a deal. I'm not too sure about that, especially when you're trying to decrease the electoral threshold. You must know that this will mean bringing the communists into the assembly. You'll probably have a deal with either them or maybe the reformers. Friends seem to be positive about giving you support too. This is important to act as our reflection. I have no deal with anyone. I have no deal with anyone. I don't know how your acts can even be justified inside the USP. I do not support an election threshold of 8%. This sets a dangerous situation for us, as both the WBP and the CPS will gain more power. I'd rather leave the threshold as it is. But it's not up to you, Mrs. Story. My proposed threshold stays. That's too bad. Yet you still want our support. I don't know if I can promise anything before I see action from you, especially with all these issues you're creating for the party. Should at least remove the changes to the member of honor laws, but there will be no further discussion. You can't just target our founder and expect our support. If this point is not removed, expect a grand opposition. If I remove the changes to the member of honor laws, I'll say this is not about him. I'm sure it isn't. It must be about some other member of honor. So you're not removing the clause from the proposal? No, this too is important to me. What if I remove the change of threshold instead? Fine, I remove the changes to the member of honor laws from the proposal. I mean, okay, so let's rationalize this a little. Saul in this situation is Muhammad Naguib. Sorta, kinda, not necessarily. But he's Muhammad Naguib. Abdel Nasser, after he deposed Naguib, or rather after he ousted Naguib, Abdel Nasser was always the leader of Egypt. Naguib was a figurehead that knew absolutely nothing, but was stirring the pot and creating problems and aligning with the communists and the Muslim Brotherhood. and the military junta guys to oust Nasser. Nasser entered a power struggle with his faction and he emerged victorious. However, he decided to keep Muhammad Naguib around, limit his like basically he kept him around, gave him a home, gave him money. He was taken care of, sort of like an honor, sort of like a member of honor in Sorland. However, Naguib, after his wife died, his mental stability deteriorated very fast, and shit hit the fan for him. He left his home in disarray. He kept cats and dogs around and whatever, and situation was bad. But Nasser did not do this to him. It was his own, he had a breakdown, and this is the result. So if we're going to rationalize this, let's say Saul is our Naguib. Saul is going to die soon. He's old as shit. And there's going to be no other member of honor at all in Parliament. I am already dismantling his legacy. I can do him the niceties of keeping him around and alive. Fine, I remove the change to the member of honor laws from the proposal. And besides, our 8% threshold, having leftists in charge, will help not get another guy the member of honor. So in theory, it all balances itself out. So let's change the reform. Great, now we can start talking for real. I must say that I like the changes regarding the appointment of ministers. That's one positive aspect. But moving on, she took a look at the proposal. You know what? I believe I can give you the help you require. She repositioned herself on the chair. I do have one condition. I want you to cancel that speech you were planning for your wife at the Benfi festival. Mayor Leste is not only popular in Benfi, he is one of the most influential members of the USP's conservative wing. We wouldn't want to upset him, would we? What does he have to do with anything? He's not the only person who would be upset, Mr. President. You know that. If you want a conservative support, you cannot let the First Lady speak in Mr. Leste's stead. This is about her. It's about women's rights. I thought you'd understand. Believe me, I understand. More than your wife, even. Tell me, why does she want to do this speech so badly? She wants to give Swedish women a voice. So do I, but this is not the way. I spent nearly 2 decades in the assembly. I know how real change happened. The old conservative men who hold the power in this government will not listen to Mrs. Rain's speech and suddenly have a change of heart, rather the opposite. They'll see a shrill, hectoring housewife who slept with the president for a spot on that stage and is now hopelessly out of her depth. That's unfair. Monica's been campaigning for women's rights since I met her. I'm just telling you what others would think. Listen, I do believe the status of women could improve during administration. Your education minister has been gathering ideas for a bill that appears quite promising. But you've got to have patience. Having Monica speak now will be detrimental for all of us. Just let the mayor Leslie have his little moment in the spotlight. His time will be over soon enough. Alright, I'll tell Monica the speech is off. And again, pragmatism is key. Besides, I've played this game before, I think. I have played these games before. I have played this game before, and I can mellow things out with my wife. I'm a good husband. She'll be understanding. She's a good wife. Thank you. Trust me, it's for the best. Just don't forget, Mr. President. The Conservatives will be expecting a lot from you. I'll be expecting a lot from the Conservatives. Whatever you need, Mrs. Story. Good. I can get you the signatures needed for the proposal. I talked to the other conservatives. I hope there won't be any surprises though, Mr. President. I assure you there is nothing you should be concerned about. I'll hold you to that promise. Of course, I can't guarantee that all the conservatives of the party will vote for your constitutional changes. I have serious reservations about privatizing healthcare or the Soldier States Corporation. Support of my faction can change. I'm not gonna privatize anything, you don't have to worry. That will depend to some extent on your policies, but the signatures at least are as good as gathered. Which policies make you concerned? I am concerned about the oligarchs and the state of our economy. I'm worried that they may influence you for their own benefit. We expect you to succeed where Alfonso failed in resisting their siren call. If you start privatizing healthcare or state-owned corporations, I doubt I can help you. Don't worry, that won't happen. Good. She stood up. I believe I've made myself clear. Thanks for stopping by, Mr. President. Hope you'll hold your promises. She extends her hand for me for a handshake. Once I shook her hand, she immediately sat back down. But now I need to get back to my duties, if you'll excuse me, Mr. President. Goodbye, Mrs. Story. Thank you. She only responded with a nod as I left her office. The conservative side was handled, but to get to the 115 signatures I needed, I would still have to deal with Albin Cloven at the reformist wing. I went outside, Serge drove me back to the palace where I met Lucian and told him about the progress I made with Gloria. FF warns Welland, Sorland, and Lesbia. In a startling announcement, spokespersons of the Blooded Freedom Front have released a statement condemning the governments of Sorland, Lesbia, and Welland for their mistreatment of Blooded citizens. The statement warns of potential action against these governments if they continue to ignore the will of the Bloodish people. The FF statement particularly targets the government of Welland, accusing President Victor Smolak of planning to carry out a genocide against the Bloodish people. Excuse me, these shocking allegations demand immediate attention and action from the international community to prevent such atrocities. It's high time for these governments to listen to the voices of their British citizens and respect their rights and freedoms. Otherwise, militant groups like the BFF will take the lead and push the region into violence. Okay. Lucian offers to play chess. Late in the evening, Lucian extends an invitation for a strategic game of chess within a solemn quiet of the presidential office. Let's play chess. Evening a chess match with Lucian Galadi. Evening descended on the capital as Lucian and I found ourselves alone in my office. I followed my chief strategist's eyes on the chessboard on the coffee table. The sight of it reminded me of simpler times, of late night strategy sessions turning into chess matches. We used to escape the political chaos into a world of rooks and bishops. Our battles were both intense and friendly, a reflection of our long history together. Lucian had always proved a challenging opponent. His strategies, both on the chessboard and in politics, had the same unpredictable edge. A soft knock interrupted my reminiscing. Livia came in with, our usual coffee. She noticed the chessboard and smiled. Long nights of strategy planning and now a game of chess? You two never stop thinking, do you? Olivia, always a pleasure. Even more was so when you bring coffee. We might have to order dinner if this game takes as long as the ones we used to play. What's your opinion on chess, Olivia? Ever been tempted to learn? I prefer whist, Mr. President. I'll leave the complex plotting to the professionals. What's whist? I want to Google that. Card game usually for two pairs of players, in which points are scored according to the number of tricks won. All right. Have a good game, gentlemen. She turned and left the room. Lucian acknowledged her exit with a slight nod, his eyes still fixed on the board. I hope you remember that it's not always the king who holds the power. Sometimes well placed pawn can change the game. Is that the truth? I've used pawns for some of my best plays. Power dynamics of a chessboard can teach us a lot about politics. Would you agree, Lucian? Absolutely, and playing chess with politicians will tell you more about their goals and plans than any speech. As Lucian's positioned the pieces on the chessboard, it stirred memories of our early days in the United Soland Party. His dexterous maneuvering reflected the unseen orchestration that helped Peter and me ascend through the ranks. As the final piece was set into position, the board transported to a silent battlefield. Look at this game underway, Lucian. Indeed, President Rain. A game of chess is exactly what we need. Which color do you prefer? Black as usual or white this time? I take white, the honor of the first move. Black for me, I like the adventure of reacting. I like the adventure of reacting. A strategic choice, I'm not surprised. The board is yours to react to. With his sides chosen, Lucian sat back, his fingers laced together in contemplation, and thus the game began. Lucian moved his knight from g1 to f3, aiming for a ready opening. I suck at chess. I suck at chess. I've played a lot of chess, or like I've had times where I've sat with my cousin and played chess and checkers and other other games such as that, and he wiped the floor with me. Of course, he had more training, more time to learn the game since he played a lot at home. So yeah, I suck at chess. Oh man, I miss these times. I haven't been to my hometown in forever. You know, bombings and stuff. Now my cousin has got engaged. That's nice. Aiming for the ready opening. Interesting start, Lucian. Ready. Let's throw this in a bit of spice. Let's throw in a bit of spice. Let's control the center. Response to Lucian's attempt at the ready opening, I advance my pawn from e7 to e5, aiming to strengthen my grip in the center. A solid move, Mr. Rain. Maintaining control of the center is often key. A few minutes passed, and a few more actions were made on the board. Lucian's next move was calculated and swift. The bishop glided from f1 to g2, preparing for a potential king-side castle and fortifying the pawn structure. Keep playing and don't comment. Opting for a solid defense, Lucian? Opting for a solid defense, Lucian? Every castle needs its walls. Rest the center. Seeing Lucian's strategy unfold, I decided to assert control of the center, moving my pawns from e5 to e3. I prepared to challenge his dominance on the board. With this, the stage was set. The opening maneuvers had transformed into a mid-game battle of wits. Each pawn push, every subtle repositioning had been showing Lucian's strategic prowess and my resilience. The next move would prove crucial. Lucian's queen cut a path through the heart of the board, menacing my vulnerable king's side. The stakes were sky high. A bold pawn advance could release my rook's potential and threaten Lucian's knight. On the other hand, I could gamble with a rummish gambit, a risky play that could wrest the control of the center away from me. Unleash the rook. With a bold stride, I advanced my pawn, ripping open the F file. The next move took the knight from Lucian. Keep playing and don't come. A bold decision, leaving your knight in such a precarious position, Lucian. Sacrifice indeed, but one I'm willing to make. Lucian moved his rook from the corner, adding pressure to my exposed bishop. Lucian had made a bold move, pushing his pawn forward and forcing my bishop into a vulnerable position. While the urge to secure my threatened bishop was strong, an enticing opportunity also lay before me. A potential double attack on Lucian's king and rook. Initiate the Rizian fork. I maneuvered my knight all expertly, landing it on a square that posed a double threat to Lucian's king and rook. Daring maneuver under fiery pressure, you're an adept tactician, but this is far from over. In response to my knight's threat, Lucian moved out the threat, creating a barrier between my knight and his king. Fire is a test of gold, Lucian. Exploit the back rank. I moved my rook to the last rank, threatening Lucian's king with a potential back rank checkmate. Clever, President Train. But did you consider all the consequences? The center was congested, a show of Lucian's unyielding style. His formation was formidable, his pieces interlocked in a matrix of support, each protecting the other while simultaneously projecting threats across the board. It was my move, and the game had entered its final stages. Lucian's queen was uncomfortably close, radiating danger. I had only a few paths before me. Lucian's king stood vulnerable, but a risky move could leave my own king exposed. However, seizing the opportunity seems worth the risk. Decoy the queen. I boldly moved my queen, placing it in a position that exposed Lucian's king to a potential checkmate. But during choice, President, it seems the end is near. If Lucian overlooked the threat I posed, victory would be mine. If he identified the trap, the game could stretch on, but the advantage would be mine. Well played, but it's not over yet. Lucian caught in my trap, tried to navigate his king out of the danger zone. Despite Lucian's attempt to wiggle out, his king was trapped. My queen delivered the final blow, spelling a checkmate. The game was over, and I had won. Checkmate, my friend. It was a well fought battle. I see no way out. Well done, Mr. President. You've earned this victory. We learn more from our mistakes. Lucian and I slowly began to dismantle the chessboard, each piece carefully placed back into its protective casing. Lucian's eyes bore a far off look. Perhaps he was playing the match within his mind. He picked up a knight and turned it over in his hand thoughtfully. A difficult game, chess. The constant threats and counter threats take me back to some similar challenging times. Was there a particular challenge that still resonates? We all have our pasts, Mr. President. Mine happened to involve many moves and counter moves, each with its own consequences. But their consequences are part of the Old Kingdom's final years. Moves and counter moves, so you've seen your share of conflict. Yes, Mr. President, those were trying times for Sorland, and like many others, I was caught at the crossfire of those tumultuous years. A shadow seemed to pass over Lucian's eyes, a hint of the turmoil that still lingered in his memory. I said I don't wish to delve into matters that matter. Caught in the crossfire. What sorts of conflict are we talking? It's not my intent to withhold information from you, but I believe we should focus on the future of Sorland and leave its history where it belongs. On that note, it's time for me to depart. I thoroughly enjoyed your match tonight, Mr. President. Ooh, Mr. Mystery! Indeed, the game was a great pleasure. Lucian, safe travels home. As I did, the game was enlightening as it was entertaining. Okay, let's go with safe travels home. Win or lose, there's always something to be learned from a round of chess. Good night, Mr. President. As Lucian exited the room, the memories of our game lingered, as did the enigmatic aura of the man himself. Meeting with Alvin Clavin on planned reforms. After our meeting with Gloria Torrey, and further discussions with the party and my cabinet, it was time to talk to Albin Clavin, get the reformist wing to support the proposal. We also planned to finally present a more fleshed out proposal and declare our agenda to the party after our meeting. I walked into the left wing of the assembly and entered the quarters of the USP. When I reached the meeting hall, I saw many of our members convening inside. After taking a glimpse inside, I went back into the corridor to look for the office of Albin Clavin, which was around the back of the place. I reached his room, I knocked at the door and entered. Mr. President, welcome. Oh my god, he looks like Putin. USB, MP, and whip? No room was surrounded by bookshelves backed with files and papers. It was a small office, books and dossiers lying on every corner. It felt claustrophobic. On his gesture, I took a seat. How's everything going, Mr. Clavin? It's been busy. The party has been working very hard, Mr. President. Thank you for asking. How is it going for you in the palace? It's pretty tough. I can't imagine the work you're dealing with up there. I want to express my gratitude for passing the Workers' Rights Act. It is one of my most comprehensive and successful political efforts. The workers' revolution would begin with small steps. It was the right thing to do because our workers were suffering for decades. You and I see eye to eye on many subjects, including this one. Music to my ears. It wouldn't be possible without Pascal Benewall's support. The labor union and several NGOs like Magnus Cartus also contributed to the campaign. Alban smiled and knocked on wood. Anyway, sir, let's talk about the proposal. Thanks for coming here for my input because there are some subjects where Gloria and I don't see eye to eye. I have to say that most of the progressives were already starting to warm up to you. Your attempt at changing the constitution created quite a bit of excitement. One could dare to say an excitement that hasn't been felt since the 30s. I've read the proposal that was finalized together with Mrs. Story, and surprisingly, it came out pretty good. Look, Mr. President, I'm on the same side as you. I won't create any problems. Thank you, Mr. Clavin. Any help from you is much appreciated. He looked down at the proposal. It's looking good. I will support the proposal and get the needed signatures from our wing. I believe the reformist votes that I will be very important to you. Who knows? Maybe you'll consider me for a job in the government in the future for this. I'll consider you if you prove yourself useful. You bet I will, Mr. Clavin. Good to know, Mr. President. I will talk to my guys shortly. I'll have their signatures soon. Thank you, Mr. Clavin. See you in the conference, Mr. President. I left the room and went back to the corridor. The meeting had exhausted me. I went to the restaurant. Why? It was like the easiest fucking meeting ever. Went to the restaurant of the assembly to get something to eat while covering or conversing with other members of our party. I saw Albin talking to his people in the distance. After a while, the preparations for the conference began, and I went back to the conference hall and prepared my notes for the speech as I was going to make. It took time to get all of the present members of the party inside the hall. Gloria Tori announced me from the stand. I walked up to the stand as everybody in the room started clapping. Brothers and sisters of United Sorland, I came here today to announce the agenda of the future of our country. I started my speech with the reasons of the changes to the Constitution. The people of Sorland have spoken. They blame our institution, our systems, and want change. Can you blame the people? Haven't we had enough with the flaws of our constitution? We must listen to their wishes and get their trust in Sorland back. Paused and started clapping and continued. And as I started clapping and continued. Talk about why USB needs to survive the next election. Brought attention to the people's protest and the slight decrease in the popularity of USB. I explained how our proposal will only be beneficial for everybody. The moderates that sat in the center started applauding. Later, I explained the contents of the new constitution and asked for their full support for the proposal. Ask for their votes. I asked for each and every member's vote to make changes together. The reformist wing on the left stood up and started clapping loudly after Alban Clavin made a sign. Soon after, most of the party members stood up and joined in. I saluted everybody in the room one last time and bid them farewell before leaving the stand. I walked outside the assembly and back into the palace. Right. President meets the USP. Today, President Rain has met with his party members in a party meeting in the Grand National Assembly of Sorland, where the current situation of the country and future plans of the party were likely discussed. It was later reported that President Train used the meeting to give a speech to the party that and announced the contents of the first draft of the new constitution. The details of the meeting were not made public, nor what the draft contained. It's good. It's good that we have the support of the party. Just need a moment. These long streaming sessions, they end up taking a toll. They end up taking a toll. Let's continue. Balance of power in Eastern Mercopa. And now, time for the diplomatic aspect of the game. Let's start with the reports. Infrastructure at full capacity in Benfi. The bustling city in Benfi is facing infrastructural challenges as its airport and port facilities are at full capacity due to high volumes of logistics and tourist travel. The situation is raising concern over the ability to sustain the growing demands without causing delays in disruption and disruptions. And disruptions. Structural expansion and modernization are being considered to resolve the issue. Archaic state of Solon's conscription laws. Dear reader, I ask you this. What year are we in? 1880s? 1920s? The matter I am writing about is, of course, mandatory military service again. In times when there are no active wars, why do we still need to have these archaic conscription laws? Let me answer that. It is because someone profits from it. Not only does this make the warmongering soulless happy, it also works out though for large defense corporations. The oligarchs are now swimming in money while we still have to send our children away when they come of age. We are in the modern age. If we want to modernize Soarland and catch up to the superpowers, we want to lose this militaristic identity so that we can intellectually prosper. Mandatory conscription laws need to go. Rain to meet with Smolak and Van Houten. Soarland is embarking on a great geopolitical gamble with a new trade initiative organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The hope is the solidification of relations with the old ally Agnolia and the troublesome neighbor Welland, with the aims of regaining some of the regional diplomatic influence that the country used to have. Each of these countries have different agendas, which will create some difficulties for President Crane. Prime Minister Van Houten, who was elected through a powerful democratic movement, wants to reimagine trade with Scotland, while President Smolak of Welland is looking for new foreign investments and security cooperation against Spanish movements at the border. Lesbia and Volksland are watching Solon's actions very closely. that are sure to react to any sort of balance of power shift. Let's see the report. Ministry of Health discusses privatization. The Ministry of Health has begun working on a health report. The proposal to allow privatization in the health system to potentially generate new resources from the ministry. Mr. Bennywall is personally overseeing the discussion. The reports with top aides, including members from the National Business Council. Fuck no, man! I told you, no. What the fuck? Superpower trade war. A confrontation between the superpowers is causing global economic problems. A major naval confrontation between Contana and Arcadia, the Gulf of Rica, caused a global trade disruption. The Gulf, where half of the global trade flows to, was blocked. Following the event, Arcadia imposed considerable tariffs on CSP goods, which triggered a temporary trade embargo on all Arcadian goods from the CSP. The massive financial impact was felt around the world. Troubling. Oh, for fuck you! Global trade war. Fucking great. Fucking amazing. Oh, troubling news. Fiscal protection measures. International trade war. The Libya confrontation and subsequent naval blockade of all ships has caused a massive disruption of trade and production. Goods that drive the economy of Solent. The immediate effect in Lakavin was felt at the port when hundreds of scheduled ships failed to arrive. The collapse of this vital logistical supply chain has caused a massive economic downturn. The Giants Clash. Cold economic contention around the globe between the ATO and CSP is turning hot, with direct actions of tariffs and sanctions being imposed by the two opposing superpowers. The environment of instability is the worst enemy of capitalism that thrives on productivity, which needs peace to exist. Our editorial team at The Economist believes in a globalist system that can have different ideologies, regional blocs, and economic systems that still trade and prosper together. Today, the existing power balance between the superpowers is in flux and global prosperity at risk. The non military naval blockade imposed by Arcadia and United Contana of the Gulf of Rica is posing a major danger to the world besides destroying the economies of developing nations like Sorland. War would shatter this world to pieces, nations must learn and practice coexistence. Finally, something I agree on with The Economist. Global economic war begins. Concerning news have reached us today from the other continent. Arcadia's geopolitical gambles in contested continents like Rica is increasing the world tension significantly. The overthrow of the democratic elected leader of in Libya was unjust and undemocratic. It stands against the very principles of the Arcadian-led ATO order. As expected, the economic reaction from Contana has been as aggressive with the blockade of the Gulf of Rica. Due to the bickering of the two powers, the entire world is entering a major economic downturn, with thousands of cargo ships, fishing vessels, and other marine traffic being stopped from going east or west. The crushing economic effects were immediately felt in Sorland. Well, at least I put money into investments. Confrontation in Rica causes trade war. The eyes of the world turn towards the Gulf of Rica when the Arcadian Third Fleet and the United Contana Rica Fleet met at a huge escalation of tensions between the two superpowers. The confrontation was triggered by the Arcadia-led coup of the left-leaning Libyan leader Atanur Ladaf, of rule. The leader was democratically elected twice under the system, but overthrown by a nationalist colonel named Zideyu Orgrunwa. Upon losing a key ally in the central part of the world, United Contana was pushed to the brink and blocked the Gulf, where nearly half of the global trade flows. This resulted in a massive disruption of global trade and commerce, which tripled across all nations. Arcadia responded with tariffs on Contanan goods, and in return, United Contana temporarily embargoed all Arcadian goods for the entire CSP alliance. Yeah, shit does not seem good at all. Hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's continue. Religious Harmony Bill. Oh, this sounds bad. In an endeavor to promote religious harmony and unity, the Grand National Assembly introduced the Religious Harmony Bill, establishing regulations for religious affairs across Scotland. Section 1 of the RHB mandates that all sermons conducted during the day of dissension ceremony at the Arch Sanctuary of Dare will henceforth be held in the Scottish language. This move is aimed at promoting inclusivity and common understanding among worshippers. Section 2 of the RHB regulates the language of sermons in other sanctuaries across Scotland, prohibits the use of bloodish for sermons unless explicit approval has been obtained from the Archpriest of Scotland. This measure ensures consistency and unity in religious practices across the country. Section 3 of the RHB sets forth new regulations for priests seeking state sanctioned positions. It requires that all applicants must have Solish lineage to be eligible for their salaries and pensions. This criterion ensures a deeper connection with Solon's cultural heritage among the religious leaders of the country. This is a fucking disaster. I will veto it. This will just drive recruitment for the BFF. Personal trade protects religious freedoms. Besides, living in Lebanon makes you realize you cannot pinch a religious group that way. President Rain has recently vetoed the outrageous Religious Harmony Bill. The bill was aiming to limit the freedoms of Kurdish people in Sorland. The MP to propose this bill was, of course, Kisaro Kibener, leader of NFP himself. Mr. Kibener has never stopped his attacks on British people, and we are sure that he will continue his racist onslaught and his attempts to further divide the country. President Rain's decision to veto this discriminatory bill, which was a clear attack on religious and personal freedoms, will be welcomed by Bloods and Swords alike. I like being popular. A call from Gus Manger. I was sipping my first cup of coffee for the day when the phone lit up and rang. I swore under my breath. I thought my schedule was clear for at least half an hour. I picked up the phone. Mr. President, how are you? Not so great. You must have seen what is going on. Sorry to hear that, sir. The trade war got us on edge, and we are working on mitigating measures for the rural economy. I am calling you because I received a call from the CEO of Armadine Industries, Aaron Bridges, about the recent initial public offering on the Ventry City Stock Exchange. As you might have guessed, it's about our little venture investment of 1,000 shares worth nearly a million rand. Due to this trade war that is ongoing, I was told that the Armadine stock prices plunged after the IPO. The markets are very volatile right now. Don't worry, our stocks are still secured and they advise us not to sell because a recovery is expected in the near future. However, this means that we have not made any profits and, on the contrary, have lost 50% of the value compared to our initial purchase. Fuck! This didn't invest much and have no direct losses. Fair point, I would have felt worse if the investment you have made was double or triple the amount too. Regardless, we still have a hold of our stocks. I am confident once the effects of this nasty trade war subside, we will recover the value of our shares and then make large returns on our investment. Let's hope so. I want to trust you, Gus. That's all I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. President. Remind me never to do business with you. Very well. Talk to you later. Keep me up to date on other opportunities. We'll let you know immediately when new opportunities arise. Oh, I almost forgot. The management sent you one of their brand new radios as a gift. Mrs. Suno will bring it to you. Ah, yeah, Livia. Goodbye for now. The line dropped. Hey, I got the radio. I got the radio. Nice. Armadine stocks losing value. Alright. Now can go to a private party at the Gentleman's Club or a briefing of the status of immigration. Let's go to the party first and foremost. Get this out of the way. Far from becoming accustomed to my workload as president, I only felt more and more snowed under as the weeks passed. It has been ages since I had any time for myself. I was starting to lose my focus, and my temper was growing increasingly thin. Peter was the first to realize I needed a break. After much cajoling, he finally persuaded me to come to a meeting of his new venture, Gentlemen's Club. It sounds like he's taking me to a strip club, but I'm sure he's not. For the past few months, he'd been hosting a saloon of sorts, not just for politicians and businessmen, but also for artists, entertainers, people of taste. He told me with a smile on his face. There was only one rule: no wives nor or girlfriends allowed. It's the name. And so I found myself in front of his new luxury villa in Erdori. Very loud jazz music emanated from inside. I waited and waited. Finally, Peter opened the door. I could smell the whiskey on his breath. Anton, finally, now the real party can start. Come on in. As soon as I entered, Peter closed the door and turned to the small crowd. Gentlemen, a minute of your time, please. I now have the privilege to present you the man himself, the fourth president of Solent, Mr. Anton Rain. I'd known him for long enough to understand that he was more than a little drunk. He made an elaborate mock courtesy as I passed him and walked into the room. The music stopped and I felt everyone's eyes on me. Thank you, Peter. What's next? A choir, a marching band? And I present you Peter Vecton, the first alcoholic vice president of Solent. My joke didn't sit well with Peter, nor the crowd. There was a short, awkward silence before he continued. The team members, please give a warm welcome to our very special. Oh no, fuck you, that was a good joke. If I may, Anton, here, take this. He handed me a glass of whiskey and put his hand on my shoulder. We all know why we're gathered here tonight: to celebrate life, to have a brief escape from our tumultuous passions. I personally don't know any better cure for stress than a little drink. Raise your glass. I raised my glass, and the rest of the crowd followed. Now, the tradition dictates that as the club president, I have to remind you of our house rules. There are three: no politics, no wives, and no one sober. Cheers! Peter drank the whiskey and his glass in one go. I'm, I'll have to sip. Don't want to drain the glass. I took a sip from my whiskey. I hate drinking in games. Anton Rain might have the power to make presidential decrees, but I, Peter Vector, the president of this club, now declare this party started. Music, go! The band started up again. After greeting the crowd around me, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Let me show you around. We walked through the corridors of this mansion. Statues and paintings lined the stark white walls. An arched window provided a view of the neatly manicured grounds, complete with a swimming pool. A grand lesbian marble staircase led up to the second story. Peter gestured at the massive crystal chandelier hanging overhead. That chandelier was made in the 18th century. Can you believe it? There's even a hedge maze in the garden. What's the story behind the chandelier? How are you paying for all of this? How are you paying for all of this? I'll let you in on a secret. Gus Manger has a lot of contacts in real estate. He broke an amazing price for me. He'll also be here tonight, by the way. What did you promise him in return? Only my money. We continued walking until we circled back to where we had started. So, what do you think of my little hideaway? Frankly, I find it disgusting. Jealous, are we? Like I said, you could have a place just like this. Anyway, let's get back to the party. I arranged for some caviar to be brought in from Lesbia. You're going to love it. He opened the door to the main hall and we rejoined the other guests. The music was louder now, and the mood decidedly more inebriated. Cocktail waitresses were carrying around plates of canapes, wearing dresses that left little to the imagination. I thought this was a gentleman's gesture to one of the waiters to come. So this is what you've been hiding from Evelyn. Yeah, I'm doing the Nasser thing here. Amir married uh, a dancer and an actress named Berlanti, her stage name. While he already had a wife and children. And that wedding, that marriage cost him a lot. caused a lot of issues. No one is hiding anything. She knows how important it is for men like us to blow off steam once in a while. I averted his gaze for a second before calling over one of the waitresses. She was in her mid-twenties, wearing red lipstick, her blonde hair neatly tied in a ponytail. On her plate were toast points, slathered in the lesbian caviar Peter had mentioned. I took a bite. It was rich, salty, tasting of pure seaside. I could almost hear the sound of waves and seagulls. By the way, when I went to Turkey, to Istanbul, and we went on the ferry in the Bosphorus and Dardanelles seas, you could have something like, Pringles chips. You could hold them, and a seagull will come in and swoop it. It was pretty nice. A few pleasures in life that are this. As the waiters left us to serve another attendee, she flashed a quick smile at Peter over her shoulder and smiled back, a little too broadly. Sensual. His eyes were still fixed on her, with an expression I remembered from our many nights out together as students. Oh, look, there's Gus. Why don't you go talk to him? I'll be back in a minute. Peter, I'm warning you, don't make a mistake. Mistake? What are you talking about? I'm just going to the washroom. See you shortly. He left the room and I headed over to Gus. Gus Manger was standing next to a couple of men that I recognized as banking industry magnates. As I approached, all of them turned to me and bowed their heads. Mr. President, that talks to our new member, everyone. Gus and I clinked our glasses as the people around us raised theirs. I heard this mentioned as a result of your connections. That's right, I do have a wide network on real estate. Peter told me a couple of weeks ago that you might be interested in potential opportunities such as, well, this. He opened his arms, gesturing at our opulent surroundings. Let's take a walk. The balcony has an amazing view of Erlori. We left the room and made our way to the balcony. On the way, he took out two cigars and held one out for me. I take the cigar. Took the cigar, started smoking it. Mixed with the taste of whiskey, it was delicious. We went out to the balcony. All of Erlori was at our feet. From this vantage point, I was able to see how expansive the building plot was. The swimming pool and the hedge maze were visible from here. Leaning over the railing, I admired the view for a moment before Gus spoke up. I know you're wondering about the deal Peter made. In a nutshell, thanks to my network, he was able to procure this house for half of the asking price, which could have been impossible under any other circumstances. That cheap, huh? You must know that the offer price is not suitable for every client. I would have been delighted to work with you, but unfortunately a deal won't be possible at this time, not from me or my contacts at least. Why is that? There have been some issues with my business, Mr. Rain. Nothing life or death, but the hard work I put on the cancelled railway took up so much of my time that I've had to postpone some projects. I'm sure you understand. I understand. He downed his whiskey. If you'll excuse me now, I'll go refresh my drink. See you around. Left to rejoin the party. Alone on the balcony, I looked out over Erlori. Suddenly, I heard a rustling from the hedge maze below. I looked down and saw a silhouette, two silhouettes actually. So close together they seemed to be entangled. I squinted and tried to get a better look. It was definitely two people kissing, but I couldn't see either of their faces. I returned to the party and spent some time mingling with the other guests, engaging them in small talk about their businesses, their children, their relationships. I realized it had been a while since Peter left. I looked around but couldn't find him. Instead, my eyes landed on Iwal Alfonso. With a smile, the former president walked over to me. Mr. Alfonso, I didn't know you were a member of Peter's club. Isn't a party like this a little low class for a man like you? Let's go with the first one. I'm not. Gus and I were having a business dinner and he convinced me to come along afterwards. I saw you speaking to Mr. Manger earlier. Just briefly, I was interested when he has love. Seems to be making deals with sitting presidents, but he and I won't be going to visit. We talked, yes, so it was nice to get to know one's ministers outside of the Maroon Palace. We had a good chat together back in Narbel, as I recall, resulting in your very wise decision to invest so much money in Gaza. We're seeing growing interest from international investors, by the way. I'm optimistic about the results of Solan's investment. Terrific. I'm looking forward to the big payoff. I'm glad that Solan could help your company thrive. I'm glad that Solan could help your company thrive. And vice versa. Just then, Peter came up from behind and threw an arm around each of our shoulders. Look at you two, Solan's bright future and its ancient past. My apologies, Mr. Alfonso. My vice president had a bit too much to drink. Pardon me, Mr. President, but I've had exactly enough. Well, Mr. Alfonso, have you been enjoying my hospitality? Alfonso smiled politely. Indeed, I have, Mr. Vector. You've put together one hell of a gathering. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to have a quick word with the CEO of Swordfish Petroleum. He's here too. What a party. Have fun mingling. It's good to see you. We'll talk soon. Alfonso gave up a brusque wave and walked off. Peter shifted his weight unsteadily. What does brusque mean? Let's Google that. Abrupt or offhand in speech or a motherfucker. 4 hours and a half. 30 more minutes and I'm stopping the stream. Nice guy. A shitty president, but a nice guy. Was that you in the Hajime speech? What are you talking about? I'll be direct. Were you with a waitress? What? No, no, how could you even think that? I'm a married man. Peter, you know you can tell me anything. I thought I was his cheerful expression. I thought I saw his cheerful expression slip for a moment. Yeah, I know. Trust me, it's nothing. Now, who wants a drink? Besides me, of course. He poured us two large glasses of whiskey and we drank them in one go. Throughout the party, we drank and drank just like old times. I woke up the next day with a pounding headache and more than a few regrets. My recollections of the evening were hazy, but there was one important detail that kept coming back to me: the red lipstick on Peter's collar. But maybe my memory was playing tricks on me. Motherfucker cheated on his wife. Oh? Agricultural growth! The city is increased agricultural growth due to various economic and geographic factors. BFF and Bloodish education in Belgium. Governor Felix Braun reports the discovery of Bloodish Freedom Front, the propaganda in most schools that teach him the Bloodish language. This highlights the BFF's efforts to recruit and radicalize young people in Bloodish majority areas. The government is urged to take the immediate action to address the BFF's recruitment strategies and prevent further radicalization of young people. Governor Braun, asked lawmakers to introduce a ban on the Bloodish language as a primary education language and asked the government to properly enforce the national language of Solent to everyone. News. If of course it's social schools, okay. Progressive investment in rural development. The government's decision to invest in Gruni Rural Development Investment Plan is a promising step towards the right decision. President Train saves the day. According to information we have received, President Train has decided that he will veto the religious harmony bill. The bill itself has the words harmony in it. However, don't be fooled by the name. The proposal prepared by Kisaro Kibener took a stab to the heart of the Bloodish populace by banning Bloodish language, more being spoken at religious assemblies. If not for President Train, this bill would have come to pass. Would have come to pass. Every single blood must be grateful for the exemplary decision of the president. His finds in the old capital. At the arrest of the vice president of the Young Swords Cultural Centers, a group of teenagers started protesting in front of the Erlori police department, shouting, "Police are fighting for the wrong side." Within a few hours, the small protest pulled a lot of people to join in, which prompted the police to forces to intervene. We or our cultural organization pose no threat to the national security of Sorland or to any other foreign country or state, a protester said, waving a flag of the Kingdom of Sorland. We have not and do not plan on engaging in acts of terror or violence. The group had dispersed after the arrival of the riot police. Several arrests were made. According to the reports from the scene, many protesters were beaten up by the police, with at least 20 being critically injured. Well, at least they're consistent. Wait, I think I see this stabilizing. At first it was going down, now it has stabilized, I think. Whole sword posts connection to young swords. Chief of Police Carl Greaser reported that young sword sympathizers, as well as several old members of the terrorist organization, are currently working for the newspaper Whole Sword Post. Investigations are underway. HSU-5 investigation spent. A lack of further evidence from the investigation into the fire that occurred in the Holsworth State University archives has caused the case to be suspended until further notice from the police and SID. The cordon has been lifted. Fuck. Briefing on the status of immigration regulation. We were in the middle of meeting in the palace about our immigration policy. The ensuing discussion quickly became heated. I don't think so, Mr. Whiskey. It just doesn't make any sense to me that a foreign citizen should come before a sort of citizen in Sorland. Well said. My analysis is also in line with this, especially during the economic recession. We are giving soldiers jobs to migrants from other countries. What about our own people? Immigrants are the reason our economy is not completely unsalvageable. Look at Agnolian immigrants in Agonland. They have revitalized the whole region and in turn boosted the economy of the entire country. Simon can attest to that. Statistically speaking, allowing immigrants to become part of the workforce contributes to our economy. And I agree that the current situation is very nuanced. With that said, we can't just tighten our immigration policy and expect the economy to stay the same. We need to put our economy and the recession at the forefront, especially in the wake of this insane fucking trade war between Arcadia and United Contana. I've never seen Simon this rattled. Everyone in the room turned to him in surprise. I think Simon might be a little bit neurodivergent, in a way, maybe on the spectrum. Either that or he's overly composed, which is creepy. I'm sorry for losing my cool, Mr. President. I've been working day and night. I'm currently attempting to minimize the damage this trade war will do to Sorland. How is it looking? Is there a way out? I do not want to say anything too early, Mr. President. Gentlemen, can we please get back to the topic? Right. Sorry, Mr. Whiskey. I was just saying before I was interrupted. Look at the superpowers. Do you see them closing off their borders? But do you think their economies are in such good shape? They are in their current state because they welcome immigration and use it to their advantage. We need to modernize to reach the level of the superpowers. I agree that we need to consider the economic impact of immigration. Socialism must come first. We need to modernize and reach the level of the superpowers. I am of the same mind. It is proven that immigration helps countries to develop, and we cannot just deport our current immigrants. Of course, legal, organized immigration. Usually, when there's a refugee crisis is very different than immigration. And we cannot just deport our current immigrants. I mean, you can, and you can also deport people of your own nationality that you suspect are immigrants. This that's what's going on in America. Fucking hell, the situation there is fucking horrifying. We need a decision, but before we move on, Mr. President, do you have any questions about the current state of immigration? What is the current legal state of immigrants? Currently, all accepted immigrants are given a work permit on arrival so that they can work and contribute to the economy of Sorland. There is currently no limit on the number of immigrants accepted. However, the number of has remained stable over the past years. Despite the laws, the fact is many immigrants illegally work for corporations. That is the main issue with immigration right now, not the immigration itself. Nonsense. If not for the unlimited amount of immigration, we wouldn't be in this state. How many immigrants live in Sorland? Official numbers show that we have anywhere between 2 to 3 million immigrants residing in Sorland, even excluding the countless undocumented aliens in our midst. That is a very substantial amount. The primary issue is the strife they cause between the less fortunate Sorge citizens and themselves. Including them in the workforce would benefit everybody, including unemployed Sords. More taxes mean more services. How do immigrants usually arrive here? There are three major paths they choose. The first one is the Aglanland to Agnolia border. Second is the Bergia to Welland border. And the third is the Loren coast. Agnolians are the largest group. It's a light border over there, although recently political fugitives from Falkland have been crossing the Grey Sea by boat to land on our coast. Politically persecuted Westside refugees tend to use the dangerous mountain passes at the Welland border. Many of them have bloodish blood. This is significantly increasing the blood populace inside Bergia. Let's move on and see what can be done about the immigration situation. Very well. David Whiskey opened his dossier stamped with the seal of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Before we make any decisions, I have to remind you. During the elections, we promised to keep our immigration laws relaxed, which I think is the right course of action. I disagree. We are supposed to control and reduce the negative effects of immigration like crime and subversion. I see your point, Joseph, but the economy certainly benefits from more immigration. Internal order, on the other hand, suffers immensely. We should tighten the laws to prevent further chaos. David sighed warily. This is going nowhere. If we decide to tighten immigration, what does that entail? We would have to impose quotas and connected to that stricter border control, on top of allowing our economy to take a hit. Mr. Hall uh, surely the well-being of our citizens and our internal security will more than compensate for any downturn in the markets. Agreed, so citizens should take priority. What are the consequences of keeping our immigration policy relaxed? Aside from keeping us on the path to prosperity, modernity, and continuous improvement, not much. Our current system is good for our era. We also have the capacity. This will allow us to continue protecting investments from foreign countries, which in turn will keep our trade steady. We will be more trustworthy partners. Stability draws money. Stability? What stability? We're already seeing clashes between our people and foreign interlopers. On the contrary, the only way we can achieve stability is through tightening our immigration policy. You heard the lady. Solent first. I am ready to make a decision. Yes? Everyone leaned forward, eager to hear my response. We will keep immigration laws relaxed. I'm glad you made the right choice. We will be forced to handle new waves of immigrants from Magnolia. Our border posts aren't ready. Not only that, we've just abandoned the native swords who need our support the most. Also, this will bring a new tide of refugees from Welland. Belgium is already a difficult region to manage. This is shameful. We are not leaving Solent unprotected. It is a logical decision. We are not leaving Solent unprotected. It is a logical decision. You are wrong about this. There's a reason why this country has survived the century of revolutions. I hope hardworking souls will see this as positively as you do, Mr. President. She said with so much poison. Anything else, Mr. President? Thank you for contributions. Let's wrap this up. Let's end this discussion and get to work. There are changes to be made. I want everybody here to get used to the new changes and our new. I thank you for your contributions. Let's wrap this up. The ministers gathered the documents and rose for their chairs, some with frowns on their faces. I'm looking forward to the upcoming trade talks. Peter and I have been visiting Stalport and Warlawitz in preparation. I'll be coming along to talk with the economy minister. Looking forward to the potential partnership. If you are finished, I need to head off and get the minister to work on the new policy. Same here. Our border units need to be informed and prepared. Keep up the good work. The ministers dispersed. Okay, let's read reports. The Gold Contest rally against Sorland. A recent religious rally by the Gold Contest turned into a political demonstration against Sorland and its constitution. The rally, which was initially intended to be a peaceful gathering, quickly escalated with a protest against what the Congolese see as an unjust and evil government. The sect's leader has been actively promoting these views to their followers. who have been respectful to their message. The government is urged to monitor the activities of the gold contests and make appropriate action to prevent further escalation of tensions and potential violence. Reduced hideout raided. Besort police has organized a raid early in the morning to an abandoned building in the city of Besort under suspicions of hiding Red Youth members inside. The successful raid arrested 8 militants, 2 military-grade assault rifles, and the bomb-making equipment have been secured. Report for the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice reports that the restructuring of the ministry has been completed with success after the increase of its budget. According to the report, a large portion of the budget was transferred specifically to solve the case backlog issues at lower courts, which has already helped ease the situation. Additional efforts will be directed at the fighting corruption, upholding the integrity of judges, and the consolidation of the rule of law. Minister Morgna said that she intends to bring back trust in the justice system with more accessible and efficient courts, a public information campaign, and by rooting out corruption in society. By the way, I picked the anti-corruption police over the secret services because, in the end, Nasser, after 67, reduced this whole secret service looking inward and worked on fighting the war of attrition and the sorts. Uh, is not a man trying to control everybody. I think, given the circumstances, he would have picked the anti-corruption police force. Okay, central bank drafts economic recovery proposal. In an effort to mitigate economic damages, also Central Bank is working on a new proposal. The plan compromises several measures, including the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves, the adoption of a cautious fiscal policy, and increased support for export-oriented industries. The bank initiative forms a crucial part of the broader strategy to stabilize Solon's economy. I can get behind that. We have nationwide protests have been quelled, streamlined immigration, and we have relaxed immigration. Our diplomacy. State continues its war. Earlier today, Johan Gasmich, one of the leaders of the Red Youth, was arrested on his way to Benfi. Police said he was planning to escape Solent with the help of cargo ship from the port of Benfi to Ravnos Island. Following his arrest, a group of militants fired at patrolling police officers in the city of Falcon. After the incidents, which saw no deaths from either side, the city plunged into chaos, with opportunistic looters flocking to the streets. Soon after, riots began in the largest neighborhoods of the city, which was stopped after the arrival of the riot police at the scene. SCP stands firm on the Gulf of Rica blockade. In the aftermath of the leadership transition in Libya, the United Contana Rica fleet was compelled to safeguard the Gulf of Rica, a move made necessary by the relevant circumstances. It's imperative to understand that this as not just a blockade, but a statement against political interference and aggressive expansionism. While the blockade may have resulted in temporary disruptions of global trade, it's clear that Contano's steadfastness and commitment to maintaining regional stability is ever present. Despite the ensuing tariff and embargo tug of war, CSP stands united in its resolve to protect its member states' interests. The evolving geopolitical landscape in the Gulf of Africa carries substantial implications for the international order, and CSP continues to monitor the situation closely. Fox warns against soldiers' privatization. Chancellor Emmerich Hegel has voiced his concern over potential privatization measures being considered in Poland. The Chancellor, a strong proponent of Volkslandian socialism, cautioned against the dangers of unchecked capitalism. Citing the risk of increased wealth inequality and social instability, he expressed a desire for Solent to consider a more equitable approach to economic development, perhaps taking cues from Volksland's own socialist policies. He further stated that Volksland would remain supportive of Solent as long as well-being of its people is prioritized. Republic of Beauty. Chancellor Inos Andrumer emphasized neutrality. Chancellor Inos has publicly voiced support for Solent's sovereignty amidst ongoing attempts by superpower alliances to exert influence. Kirute, with its long-standing policy of neutrality, underscores the value of independent decision-making for the Swedish nation and advocates for peace, stability, and non-interference in internal affairs. ETO advocates for resolution amid tensions in Gulf Africa. In a rapidly evolving political landscape, the Gulf of Africa has emerged as a significant focal point in global attention. With the recent changes in Libya's leadership, resulting in a shift towards a more nationalist government, tensions between the Arcadian Third Fleet and the United Contana Rica Fleet have escalated. Unfortunately, the United Contana's decision to enact a blockade in the Gulf, an essential conduit for worldwide commerce, has led to a significant ripple effect on the global trade scenario. The imposition of tariffs and embargoes from both sides raises concerns over the potential initiation of a disruptive trade war. ATO is actively working towards facilitating a diplomatic dialogue to ensure a swift and peaceful resolution, safeguarding global economic interests. Okay, editor of Radical is suspected of helping terrorists. The Source Intelligence reported that John Dandern, a famous journalist and columnist at the Radical, is suspected to be working for the terrorist organization Red Youth. According to the report, Dandern had continuously published anti-government articles and repeatedly attempted to report on state secrets countless times. Moreover, he has publicly endorsed Red Youth in the past and promoted Malaysian ideals. The opening of the Benfi Festival. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I need to go through this. I need to go through this tonight. Our motorcade slowly made its way towards the magnificent Benfi High Arts Center. Night was falling, and the festival was about to begin. I flipped through the brochure that had been given to us at the hotel. On the front page, there was the face of Cortan Leste, mayor of Anrica. He was a Benfina native who had a long-standing relationship with the city's current mayor and had been personally invited to make tonight's opening speech. The Venfi Festival was one of the biggest events of the year. Traditionally marked the start of the annual religious pilgrimage, a weeks-long journey still undertaken by devout tourists. But today it was better known as a cultural celebration that drew thousands of revelers to the city. There were film screenings, concerts, theater and dance performances, art exhibitions, and celebrity-studded nightly galas. The opening ceremonies were broadcast on TV and watched by millions. As the car slowed, a coterie of reporters and security guards rushed to meet us. I turned my attention to Monica. Since Gloria had convinced me to cancel her opening speech, things between us had been strained. She barely said a word to me all day. Will you ever forgive me? I told her my reasons. I know, and I understand. Just going to take some time. She clearly did not want to pursue this topic any further. As soon as Serge opened the door, we were enveloped by the roar of crowd. The next few minutes were a blur of handshakes, photos, and reporters' questions. The onlookers cheered as we walked the red carpet to the newly built arts center. We followed the guards through the carnival's white halls until we came to a set of arched doors leading to the auditorium. We waited outside as security did a quick sweep of the area, then headed in. I had been asked to make a quick set of remarks introducing Kurt and Leslie, but got Monica to join me on the podium. I'm going to find my seat. Monica brushed past me, took her seat in the front row, and across her arms. I walked alone on the podium. I spoke for just a minute, reading a paragraph my speechwriter had churned out about the importance of the festival and Benfei in Sorland. I concluded by inviting Kurt and Leslie, the mayor of Anrica, to the podium. I sat down, joined Monica in the front row. Her arms were still folded. Welcome to the first day of the Benfei festival. He paused for a moment to let the crowd cheer, and his eyes briefly met mine. I nod. This is a night for the people of Benfi, indeed, for the people of Sorland, to put aside their differences and come together in celebration. Yet as we unite for the festivities, we must remember the real reason we are gathered here. The crowd fell silent. The people were giving their full attention to what he had to say. This festival was founded around the principles of our cherished religion, unity. Yet over the years, it has been severed from its sacred roots and become something else, something more persevere. An excuse for public drunkenness and grotesque displays of the flesh, an occasion for young women to parade their bodies and engage in lascivious behavior. As he went on, I could see Monica become increasingly agitated. What the hell is he talking about? Lascivious behavior. What century does he think we live in? I don't know, just let it be. Monica turned back to watching the speech, a frown on her face. Perversion hidden under the guise of art is not befitting of the beautiful city of. The crowd has becoming restless. Many of the younger attendees were murmuring in disagreement, while a few of the older ones were nodding vigorously. As I said, perversion hidden under the guise of art is not be enough. Cole fell silent. Monica rose and continued. Mr. Leslie, it is not young women who are a disgrace to this fine festival, but you and your backwards puritanical attitudes, which have been holding this country back for far too long. Shh, Monica, please sit down. No, I will not sit down this time. Monica turned to face the audience, speaking loud enough to be heard without a microphone. Women of soul, and we must not let people like Mr. Leslie use religion as a justification to demean or oppress us. Our time has come. Shocked gasps ran through the crowd. A few people rose and applauded. But Leslie waited to speak. I think Mrs. Rain is forgetting her place. What do you think my place is, Mr. Leslie? The kitchen? This festival is not about your retrograde traditions. We are living in modern times now. It's 1954. And it isn't your place to decide how the people of Benfi, especially the women, should be celebrating their own festival. I'll do nothing. I was watching in silence. I looked at the podium to see Curtin Leslie's piercing gaze on me. There would surely be a price to pay for this. Mr. President, could you please order your wife before she embarrasses herself any further? Monica, we've been over this. Now is not the time. Sit down, please. I. The crowd was in uproar. I had to lean over to catch Monica's next words. I'm so sorry, Anton. Next time I'll stay in the kitchen. Fuck. He sat back down, seething. Curtis' voice filled the hall. Benfi has always been a beacon of culture, tradition, and religion. Many battles have been fought over this precious city. Only if I did not need that fucking conservative vote, you piece of shit. Army after army has tried to claim it for their own, but we fought back and won each time. We stand here thanks to the strong men who were able to protect their families, their land, their way of living. Every day I praise God that we have succeeded so far. Scatter applause broke out from some of the older members of the audience. I leaned over to Monica. He's a bit extreme, but he's right. We owe everything to God. He sounds more like a priest than a politician. I praise God is only allowed to speak for another 2 minutes. Monica said nothing, her gaze fixed forward. Yet the traditions that form the very fabric of our society are being tested, even as I speak. He looked pointedly at Monica. You must stay true. Excuse me. Fuck. I don't know what happened. I think the fatigue of the stream is starting to get to me. I should end this soon. Must stay true to our values so that Solent can prevail, so that Benfi can prevail. With these at the forefront, I am convinced that Sorland will continue to be the greatest nation in the world. I invite every single one of you to celebrate our roots, our traditions at this holy Benfi festival. Hereby declare the festival open. Praise God, praise Sorland, praise Benfi. Amorgna Westcore. Vectan Sista. Most of the people in the hall finished the decades-old saying, including me, because lips moved, but she didn't say the words out loud. He exited the stage as the band struck up the official festival anthem. He spent the rest of the evening alternately watching the festivities and conversing with local politicians. By the time we got back to the hotel, I was exhausted. But thanks to the festivities still raging outside, the sound of Monica tossing and turning beside me, I couldn't sleep at all. I think I can go for another one of these. Geopolitics. When deploying special forces to Verden, President Smolak has announced that the city of Vernon has been put under curfew along with seven other towns in the northeast of the country. The Wazak army has deployed specially trained military forces, excuse me, excuse me, to combat the militant organization known as the Bloodish Freedom Front. Wellen has increased its efforts in fighting terrorism with area campaigns and ground operations targeting BFF militants and their hidden bases. The operation will surely have consequences for the region, particularly for the neighboring countries of Lesbia, Ramberg, and particularly Sorland, which has a large population of Kurdish people living inside its borders. Oh, increased business and trade. Oh, wait. But there is decreasing homelessness. This is great. This is great. Governor of Persia reports hundreds of BFF collaborators. The governor of Persia, Felix Braun, suspects that hundreds of Kurdish Freedom Front collaborators are living inside there, posing a significant threat to national security. To tackle this threat, the governor has proposed a series of measures, including increased surveillance and intelligence gathering, as well as the deployment of additional security forces to the area. Due to the extra authority vested upon him as the governor of the special zone, some of these measures can be implemented by the governor inside Persia without the approval of the central government. The governor has also suggested that community members be encouraged to report any suspicious activity or individuals, and that the government offer incentives for information leading to the capture of BFF members. The proposed measures raise concerns about potential violation of civil liberties, and it is recommended that the government follow the actions of the governor closely and ensure that he does not violate those authority as the governor of the special zone. Uziran. Average of Vernon. Reports from our borders and the West City Vernon show that there are about 1,000 people running away from Wajak military forces towards the Swedish border. Okay, I think this will be the last. Oh, there's more? Protests and occasional looting continues in the region of Nargis. The police reports that the violence have been minimized and the situation is mostly under control outside the big cities. Estor police force reported that several militants have been hiding among the protesters and are being watched closely. Okay, now we need to be very careful how we navigate this situation. Very careful. Because there is a possibility our wife can divorce us in this game. It is a possibility in this game. Okay, let's continue. It felt like eternity since the Band Festival had it really only been less than 24 hours. I was at home now, drinking an afternoon coffee on my balcony. A stack of newspapers lay by my side. I picked them up one by one, reading and rereading the articles about the festival. Some of the newspapers were merciless against Monica for interrupting Curtin during the speech. Excuse me, a few even called for her to be barred for political matters. Others expressed their support. In any event, I was relieved that the incident hadn't reflected too badly on me. I was putting the last newspaper down as Monica joined me on the balcony. So, you've seen the news? Monica, I know. We can talk about this. What is there to talk about? I'm a disgrace with no support from my husband. It says so right here. Darling, believe me, my hands were tied. Anton, how could you? First you deny me the opportunity to speak at the festival, then you let that dinosaur Leslie make a mockery out of me and my cause. She grabbed on one of the newspapers from the top of the stack and started reading out that the columnist wrote. With a shameful outburst Leslie, Mayor Curtin Leslie, with Lady Monica Rain once again proved that politics is an area best left for gentlemen. With the president proving taking no support, her challenge to Leslie was quickly defeated. The president provided no support. He can't even stand Leslie, and he took his side while making me look like a fool. Started ripping the newspapers to shreds. After all these years by your side, playing the doting wife, you know my mother was right about you. Don't bring my don't bring my mother alone into this. I'm so sorry. I understand if you never forgive me. Just tell me why. Couldn't you have said something? Sometimes you have to make sacrifices for the good of the country. You've got to learn that if you want to enter politics. I don't want to lose Carter's support. Let's go with this. I see. That's where your priorities lie. There was a brief silence. There's another chance, for you to show your real support. Perhaps the festival wasn't the proper forum to air my views on women's rights, but I still need to do this, Anton. I want to officially adopt this cause as First Lady, to actually get involved in politics, not just give impromptu speeches. I could even help your education minister with those reforms she's working on. I know this is something you're passionate about as well. Can I count you on? Of course, my love. I'm looking forward to be working closer together. Oh, Anton, this means so much to me. Whew! The situation has been diffused. Monica hugged me tightly and felt some of the past day's tensions melt away. Thank you. A noise came from the balcony door. Both turned our heads to see Dina standing there. Mama, I'm hungry. And yes, for people who don't know, for whatever reason, I'm gonna use a Super Mario voice for Dina. Like that's my final decision. I accidentally did it the first time she spoke, so yeah, that's how we go. Let's go to the kitchen, baby. We'll make Papa the best snack ever. Yeah! They left the balcony and returned half an hour later, the last cookie. Dina had written my name in icing on it. As I sipped my coffee and nibbled the cookie, I thought that I had made the right choice. Things were going to get harder, but at least my life at home was somewhat peaceful. Woo! Alright. So there's so many to read, so much to do, and things will be interesting. I just want to look something at the map. So Gamland, okay, Nibia. So this is where Arcasia fucked things up. Okay. Okay. Oh, nice. I can switch instantly with this. Well, with that being said and done, that being said and done, we've streamed for 5 hours and 7 minutes. Another long stream, and it has taken a toll on me. I think there's going to be one more stream tomorrow, a very long one. I do not think this will be enough to finish the game. I have built I have built my I have built my plan upon wrong information. I was under the impression within 12 hours this will end. I was clearly wrong. You know, 12 hours, which means 4 days, 4 streams, 3 hours long. But here we are, 10 hours, 13 hours into the game. We are. Oh no, we are 12 hours into the game. More than 12 hours into the game, bordering 13, and we still haven't finished. We're like in the middle part of it. There's so much to do, so much to see, and this will carry on to the next week. Tomorrow and the next weekend, there's going to be plenty of streams, which is good because I was also planning maybe to do a Hearts of Iron 4 stream, but then I swore off the game and I swore European Universalis 5, which I was trying to learn, stream it because I realized Paradox Interactive games suck ass. They are very interesting. They have interesting countries with interesting paths, but they are simply not fun to play. They simply suck the life out of you. The fun I had with Hearts of Iron 4 as a teenager was working on mods. You know, like I wasn't just playing the game; I was also learning how to do Photoshop for national focuses. And I was also reading books and articles to get a better idea on, lore for the countries I was working on. But I digress. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have a lovely rest of the weekend. Oh, and I totally forgot to mention, today was Lebanon's Independence Day. So yay, go Lebanon! Hopefully, you don't get fucked more than you already are. What a sad state of affairs. Well, thank you all.